find it hard to keep to my own pace when the road ahead begins to fade. We try to keep our heads above the waves. You make it feel so simple. Every time we disconnect, I find another part of you left. And until we can intersect, we're going in circles. When I think I'm at my end, I'll wait for you to come around again. Before I make a break, you start to bend. You make it feel so simple.
What is up, motherfuckers? Oh, my stomach hurts. Hello, everybody who is here. I didn't scroll back, but hey, Solaris was first. Hey, Solaris. Serious premarital, fucking Aussie contingent in the house. Hey, what's up, Mr. Sir? Estrella. Radio. Yeah, no, it's part of, like, the small fiber flares is part of the autoimmune shit. Every 6 or so months, just my gastrointestinal system just basically flares up, just like my fetal flare up and that sort of stuff. It's absolutely miserable when it happens. It starts low, works its way up. Right now, it's right where most people would experience, like, I don't know, I suppose heartburn. Right now, we're right about here. This is hurting right now. Last night when I took off, it was the lower abdominals. It just, oh man, it was brutal. Yeah, it's not the first time, but like most things that go along with my bullshit, it's progressive. So every time it happens, it gets a little worse. Yeah, so. Hey, Cassie. Hey, Patronum. Hey, Mitre. Let me get the background noise. Slipped down an entire floor worth of stairs this morning. I'm sorry for laughing, but you have to admit it's comedic just in its conception. My extremities are still sore. If we get a couple more people, we can put together an entire body's worth of hurt. Yeah, can we get, like, maybe in my community, like in our community, maybe we can get an entire working person out of our parts. Jesus Christ. So many of us broken motherfuckers walking around. Okay, so this is like the world's smallest sticker. This is the sample they sent me. So here's Cappy. I think I could probably get a larger one. I'll give my dick to the cause. Said we wanted working parts, Mitre. And, okay, so, hang on. It's the inaugural use of it, too. On the other side is the PR. But more importantly, yes. The beanie apparently is shipping separately, and it'll be here Monday. So depending on how I look in said beanie, I may start rocking said beanie as a regular thing on the stream. Represent Cappy. Just. Dude, the pollen today has been brutal. Like literally just a layer of pollen on everything. It is. Oh, that's what I'm hearing. Give me one sec. There we go. Anyway. So, I spent last night, and depending on how long this stream goes, it may get a little weird. Look, nothing I'm about to display is illegal in any way, shape, or form. But... Alright, so things may get interesting as this stream goes on. So... Let's just put it that way. It's aminophenylbutyric acid, phenibut. Fucking Kaiser inspired me to grab some. I never experimented with it. It's classified as a nootropic. Can we somehow blame the straits for pollen? I mean, we could blame God. And God's like infamously like a fan of the straits, right? So something. You know, 6 degrees. But basically, it acts on the same acts upon the same GABA receptors. Well, similar. Alcohol and benzodiazepines act upon alpha GABA receptors. This acts upon beta GABA receptors. But fundamentally, you do have the same kind of reaction. Relaxed, anti-anxiety, general depressant. CNS depressant, not like, oh, I'm depressed, but pharmacologically speaking, general depressant, and sometimes a pain dulling effect. So, yeah, after this, you know, after we hit that point, we all know that point Kai hits where shit's gonna get interesting now. It's Friday, you know, props to those who know that one. Oh, for fuck's sake. Cave. It's a goddamn copy pasta, isn't it? I know this shit. It's some... just grab a random piece of it because I think I know what it belongs to. Yeah. Black metal, Rotting Christ, the band Rotting Christ, Apage Satana. Fucking. This one? Wait, which are you back on? Yeah, this is aminophenylbutyric acid, aka phenibut. It's the Sunday prayer in Greek. It's also like part of an entire like song. Hey RV, cough. Just some quick greets and thanks for your recommendations on the work of Noam Chomsky. Yeah, you're welcome, Kant. If you need any more recommendations, you know where to come. I will be happy to provide them. This is the inaugural cup or as our friend from across the pond would say, this is the inaugural cuppa. Turmeric and ginger tea to soothe the insides. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Hola. Hola, mister. ¿Cómo está? So, anyway, so what Kai did last night when he took his night off because he was in stupid amounts of pain, I actually got high, like properly high, and watched the Zack Snyder director's cut of Justice League. I had seen the original, the Joss Whedon version, because it was so epically bad. Like, that's how, for those of you know, I love a bad movie, and it was so bad that it made the list. And so I watched the original, like the Joss Whedon, or, the fucked up version, the Joss Whedon version. And it was a terrible movie. And so last night I watched the Zack Snyder version. Holy shit. One, it's 4 hours long. Just FYI, it's 4 hours long. Brought people back to reshoot stuff, redid stuff. Legitimately a good movie. Legitimately. It was over the top and comic booky in the parts that it needed to be, like the final battles and stuff. It was absolutely absurd. It was completely over the top, but it's world-ending consequences in a comic book battle, right? It should be over the top. And it was appropriately over the top, but it was really well done. I was surprised. I don't go in for Marvel comic book movies and shit like that. Comic book movies have always been kind of I'd say hit and miss, but mostly miss for me. But it was legitimately a good movie. Yeah, I mean, there's stuff that, you have to be at least a partial fan of comic books and that sort of shit. And, I don't like Superman. I've got problems with Batman, but I like the concept of Batman's gadgets and stuff. That's always fine. But no, legitimately, great character development, shared screen time, properly developed stories, an actual narrative that you can follow, no giant plot holes and missing gaps in the story. Dude, Thomas, if you have seen it, honestly, I think you've seen it, Thomas. Based on your statement, it is a completely different movie. It is. There's shared footage that you're oh, I remember that from the first one. But legitimately, it's a different movie. It was astounding to have seen, I've seen the original. I've seen Joss Whedon's version, and then I saw Zack Snyder's version. It was holy shit. Who lets Joss Whedon direct shit anymore? Yeah. It was very much night and day, or day and night, since it was supposed to. Oh, and it carries an R rating. So, I mean, it's not there's unnecessary fuck scenes or anything like that. It's not there's just Quentin Tarantino levels of swearing and shit like that. It was just violence. It was appropriately violent. It was appropriately dark. It was appropriately adult. It carried an R rating, which, I mean, when you talk about Marvel versus DC, it definitely should. DC should be the darker one of the two. And depending on who's writing at the time and the era and the universe type, oh God, don't at me. It was legitimately it was a very well done film. I credit where credit's due, and I mean, I 4 hours, and it holds your attention. It works as a narrative, as a narrative. I was legitimately impressed. I honestly would recommend watch the Joss Whedon if you wanted to engage in this. If you truly wanted to watch this movie, I would say go watch the Joss Whedon Justice League first. You need to know how much better this film is than what they put out, what was shot out of the Warner Brothers studios the first time around. It is astounding how much better Snyder did than Whedon. Wow. It was impressive. It was an impressive piece of work. Design choices, I mean, everything across the board. It was just better done. And apparently there was less infighting, and like the actors preferred to work with Snyder as opposed to Joss Whedon's toxic ass. So like you get better stuff out of the actors, and he reshot all of the weird shit. They CGI'd Henry Cavill's mustache like out of like the original film, and it's just super weird, and it's like shit that people on a desktop can do better CGI. It was terrible. Yeah, Fart City. I watched it last night. I'm not a huge comic book movie guy, but I had seen the Joss Whedon version because it was so epically bad. I love bad movies. It's one of my things. And so I had seen that. Saw a YouTube video on somebody doing like a rough comparison of like what they got right. Yeah, I did. Fart City, I did. I watched the 4 hours in a single sitting. Dude, it was a good movie. It's a good movie. It legitimately was. I didn't understand the extent to which Snyder redid the movie. Yeah. Like, holy shit. The reshoots he did, the extent of the CGI overhaul, the script and tone overhaul, no, it was. It was a totally different film. Yeah, it was legitimately what that film should have been if you wanted to actually create something. The Whedon one was terrible. Started watching it like 1 a.m, not expecting to watch the whole thing. Stayed up for all of it. I could knock it all at once, though, man. Hey, fair enough. I mean, 4 hours is a fucking stretch, but I mean, dude, my gastrointestinal system is fucked right now. My stomach hurts like a motherfucker. No, it's on like HBO Max or something, Duffy. And of course, all of your disreputable sources as well. If you want to, I would never encourage. That's illegal. Don't do that. It's there. Yeah, I honestly, though, I would encourage you to watch the Joss Whedon version first. Legitimately, you have to know. It's not like it's going to spoil shit. Yeah, you'll kind of know the arc. You'll know the brass tacks of sort of what's going on. But the fact of the matter is that I enjoyed the Snyder version more because I have seen the Joss Whedon version. Yeah. I legitimately would say, like, spend a weekend. Watch the fucking Joss Whedon version late tonight or something like that. And then spend tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, tomorrow night, whatever, 4 hours, remember, watching the Snyder version. And it is... honestly, I was blown away by how different it was. Oh yeah, the fucking Whedon version is utter crap. Like, you need to see what a director can do. Like, it's almost like a film class to sit back and be like, this is this director's vision and this is this director's vision. And apparently, as I said, Joss Whedon's a nightmare to work with. Fart City. Joss Whedon is a nightmare to work with, apparently. The guy who plays Cyborg utterly, like, got into, like, he has problems with the WB fucking producer or executive. He's got problems with Whedon. I mean, multiple actors on set had problems with Whedon. It's just, it was bad. And then you watch the Snyder version, and you're like, holy shit. Like, this is actually a good movie. Despite it being a fucking comic book full of trope fucking thing. It is, yeah. And even at 4 hours, it's properly paced, which is difficult to do. That was impressive, that he properly paced a 4-hour movie. That's not often that happens. Yeah, I've heard that too, Fart City. I've heard those stories about Whedon being a creeper. All I know is that we definitely need more superhero movies in our lives. Sourcing, I could use no more Marvel movies, and I could use some Snyder DC stuff. He understood how to take it dark. He understood how to do menacing. He understood how to do violence. He understood how to do adult, without just two random people fucking on screen. He knew how to do an adult R movie, right? Legitimately, we could use more of that. That's the kind of, if I'm gonna watch a superhero thing, I want to watch that. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Who's got? Oh, that's Adia. Need to bring back Ryan Reynolds. The amount of fucking work Ryan Reynolds put into getting that goddamn Deadpool movie made was fucking impressive. If you've ever heard that story. Hey, Memphis, thank you kindly for the biddies. Yeah, he and the director. Outside of last year's, it's forced me to hunt for content. That's fair. That's one of the benefits and perks of running a community or being a community organizer, is that, I got y'all to, hey, you should check this out. You should check this out. You should check this out. That sort of thing. Oh yeah, Duffy. It was, and they had to pay for each X-Men they licensed, and it was a whole fucking thing. It was a nightmare. The guy who I forget what the fucking executive in charge of that movie over at Fox. Guy's a total douchebag by all accounts. He didn't understand Deadpool. He went on, he's quoted saying, "I don't get it." He didn't understand. He is the guy who demanded they sew up Deadpool's mouth in the Origins movie. That's him. He's responsible for that. The studio executive. He hates Deadpool. He doesn't get him as a character, and then they made $1 billion off of him. Yeah. He will not give interviews about that, by the way. If you ask him about Deadpool, it's over. He will not talk about it. He is such a narcissistic piece of shit cunt that he will not eat crow on this one. Everyone knows he spent years trying to make that character not get to screen. And then the character got to screen and made $1 billion. And so he will not answer questions about it. He's such a fucking little bitch about it. Let's see. Cyber never was a superhero comics fan, but the Dark Knight trilogy got me into it. The darker DC stuff is really good. That's why I like the Snyder thing. It's properly dark. It sits in that space where DC should sit. Marvel is like kids stuff. Sure, they've had some dark iterations. They've had some dark, writers over the years, but DC has always felt that way, that it should be the darker iteration. And that's, if I'm going to sit down and watch some of this, I want it to have that gritty realism. Bring some real world problems into it. Bring some actual suffering and destruction into this and the ramifications of it. Yeah. Yeah, and that seems to me where the DC universe should sit. Yeah, we could just throw content my way after we sit through the garbage on our own. Exactly. 4 hours isn't that bad. I watched Lord of the Rings: Return of the King when it came out, and that one is 3 hours 20. Wait, I was giving a head during that one. Oh, premarital. Just watched Man of Steel. I actually liked it. I was shocked. That's makes it 2 DC universe movies for their current universe I've enjoyed. Yeah, I was shocked. I was legitimately shocked. But like I said, it was after I watched. I caught a YouTube video of somebody saying why it worked, and I was like, all right, I'm in. I want to see it. I want to see. I hate Slop Tech. Sorry. I wanted to see the difference that it could make. Having seen, like I said, having seen the original crap Whedon version, I totally wanted to see what the difference was, and I was really pleasantly surprised. That was the deciding factor, because I was watching it to the lead up of the show last night, and I had all of the gastrointestinal pain, but I was like, you know what? I want to finish this movie and I'm in pain, so I might as well take the night off. And that's what that was the deciding factor in me taking the night off last night from streaming, was I wanted to finish the movie. And so, you know, like tonight I'm in pain, but I'm here. I'm in pain always. Like, my life is pain. Slaptech, how are you? Well, there you go. That's probably an answer. Right now I have a giant fucking, let's see if I can, fucking just right here. Just all of this just hurts right now. I have progressive small fiber neuropathy, so my feet are on fire. Like, I'm in pain right now. But I'm here. I'm breathing. Hello, welcome. Nice to meet you. Marvel has the potential for some really good stories with some of their characters, but they'll never go anywhere with them. No, Marvel movies are boring as fuck. Well, the gastro stuff will ease up eventually. You know, knock on wood and all that. But the progressive small fiber neuropathy is permanent and for life. So pain, you know, fucking, which one is that? Doctor Strange, Pain and I are old friends. Yeah. Yes, I don't have that sort of thing. But I've been in dark places in my life, so I can relate. Breathing. Oh, premarital. We do. I like the Cappy mug. You know, no shout out to the fucking company that sent it to me. Because I know they want me to use their services to like merch for you guys and stuff, but you know, no, I'm good. But I will take their freebies. I'm gonna try. I know Super Dad wants some Cappy stickers for Momo. I don't know. I'm gonna have to work on that for him. Ooh. That sucks, Cassidy. Interestingly enough, Catty saying sunburn and allodynia do not mix. My skin is totally on fire. Interestingly enough, with my neuropathy, things like, you know, sunbathing and getting into really hot bathtubs actually helps relieve some of my stuff. But sorry to hear that you're not doing well, Cassidy. That's always a bitch. I know you and I share a lot of like overlap in our physical ailments and our desire to get back to certain things that we are no longer able to do. Yes, I feel a kindredship with you, Cassidy. Should add a dialogue globe that says, "I love the taste of authoritarian tears." Oh, somebody put into shared content. Oh, it's RV. Federal court rules mother-son duo from Capitol Riot not a threat to society. Was there anything like, I mean, was there anything news-wise that I wanted to talk about? Oh, wait, hang on. Payment to, what? For what? For what is this? I'll have to investigate what that was for. Getting a payment. I'm getting a receipt for something. All right. So what do we want to talk about? Zip tie guy. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. So Dominion Voting is suing Fox News for $1.6 billion over their 2020 election claims. That should be interesting. I'm sure Fox News is going to roll out the old Tucker Carlson defense of nobody and no reasonable person would believe anything we say. We are entertainment only. I can already see that legal defense coming. It worked for Tucker. I'm sure, you know, they're going to try it again. Yes. Alex Jones did the same thing as well. That he is an entertainer, and it is a character that he plays. And yeah, Tucker's was more directly relatable. Alex's was a defense used in effort to not lose his kids to his wife in a divorce. That, you know, his wife just rolled out the fucking clips and was like, he's mentally and emotionally unstable. And so yeah, they were arguing that it's a character he plays. Sourcing. I feel you. Sidney Powell already pulled that defense and her motion dismissed. Oh, I'm not surprised. Cassie, I love the sun and some physical activity always makes me feel a bit better, but I should have worn sunblock. I turned and added to one of my large compost piles, and moved my chickens in midday sun. Oof. Yeah, Cassidy, that's the thing you don't do in these parts of the world. Like in Nevada, Arizona, Nevada, certain parts of California, like you make that mistake one summer. That's you move here and you're like, oh, I'll do stuff at noon. No, you don't. Like, what are you doing? Even in the dead of winter, you don't do that here. Like, 12 o'clock is not when you do activities here. 12 o'clock at midnight maybe. But yeah, you only make that mistake once in these parts of the world. They can also present it as they were reporting someone else's opinion, Powell's, who is currently using defense that it wouldn't be reasonably taken as truth by anyone who did any these people, these fucking grifters. Man, we all missed an opportunity to be this level of grift, to engage in this level of grifting. That's all I have to say. Okay, so I just wanted to, there it is. All right. January in the Southwest is the perfect weather. There are days that it is absolutely amazing. Dead of January, like middle of January, and we're sunbathing here. And, you know, the people on the East Coast are like, holy shit, I'm fucking buried in an avalanche of snow. We're just sunbathing. There is a time of the year that it pays to be here. Yeah, for sure. Some of us still have time to grift. Fair enough, Estrella. Speaking of grift, Hugo Boss, we made the SS uniforms for Nazi Germany fame. That Hugo Boss. Yeah, Hugo Boss, after a couple of months of telling U.S. news outlets that it's never used cotton from the Xinjiang region of China that utilizes slave labor and prison camp labor to collect and process, tells its Chinese customers that it will continue to purchase cotton from the Xinjiang region of China, which utilizes slave labor and concentration camp labor in order to collect and process it. But who could have seen that coming from somebody so morally upstanding as Hugo Boss? Again, the company that made uniforms for the SS. Yep, they were. They were. No getting around that. Fucking. They knew how to dress. But that's because they had Hugo Boss making their uniforms, quite frankly. Fair enough, premarital. Yeah. Exactly, Australia. Good news. There is good news. NYPD officers, police officers, are no longer protected from civil lawsuits. The city council passed reform legislation. You can now sue the police officers properly in civil court and go after their finances. I know it's not a fucking jail sentence, but it is a deterrent. Yeah, NYPD. Yeah. Cat, local politics matter. They do. Yeah, movement. We talked about it already. Yeah, 1.6 billion. We already know the defenses they're going to use though. And they've worked before, so we'll see if they work in this case or not. And so yeah, it's NYPD officers are no longer protected from civil lawsuits. So if they fuck up, then you can take their house. Potentially, of course. Yes, fart. You were here for it. We just talking about it. But yeah, it's Dominion voting. They make electronic voting machines. And their name was drugged through the mud by the likes of Sidney Powell and Tucker Carlson and all the other Fox News idiots. So yeah. Back on the shit list, Kroger. It's the largest supermarket chain in the U.S. They own a bunch of things that aren't Kroger's as well. But Kroger, basically what happened is Los Angeles passed a local ordinance requiring hazard pay for workers during COVID outbreaks and that sort of thing. During pandemics and during COVID. Fred Meyer here in the Northwest. Yep. So they just laid off their employees. They just shut it the fuck down. They're like, well, you know, the company that makes hundreds of millions of dollars in profit, basically, this in Los Angeles, it's Ralph's that they're shutting down. Los Angeles passed a city ordinance, $5 an hour hazard pay increase for 120 days. So Kroger announced plans to shut down three grocery stores in the city immediately, eliminating 250 jobs. But hey, please, somebody go find me a fucking neo-feudalist ANCAP and tell me how corporations without governmental restriction would just benefit us all and would create a utopic scenario. Oh, people are free to go somewhere else for another job. That's right. Oh, it's the competition of the market. Blah 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 blah. Fuck those people. Yeah. Fucking $5 an hour for 120 days. And these motherfuckers just shutter 3 stores. This is a corporation that makes hundreds of millions of dollars in profit. They wouldn't tolerate 3 stores getting $5 pay raise. Sure. Please tell me more about your ANCAP paradise. Fucking morons. I mean, 20 trillion tax dollars in bailouts tells me I can trust government and big business to not only take care of logistics, but also take care of my fucking health. Exactly, Victorious. Good night, Fart City. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your sports ball. Not my thing, but enjoy. So, yeah, in that, the world is going to burn, probably territory. Taiwan reported remember, just a couple weeks ago, maybe not even a couple weeks, it may be in last week, the Philippines reported, it was this month. Yeah, it was this month that, so it was last week. Big punchy boy is fighting other punchy boy, and I'm hyped. Rocky, good for you, Cat. The Philippines reported massive incursions into their territorial waters by Chinese militias. Well, Taiwan has reported the largest ever incursion by Chinese Air Force into their air defense zone. 20 Chinese military aircraft. So, I'm sure that's not going to escalate at all. Oh, wait, that's right. The U.S. just signed a Coast Guard deal to counter Chinese incursions in the area. Interesting. I'm sure nothing will come of that. The world will burn and the population control is just kidding. Jesus, Victorious. It's 850,000. They shut down 3 stores over for a third of the year if all 250 employees are even full time. Yep, that sounds about right, Duffy. Thanks for doing the math on that one, by the way, Duffy. The Georgia Guidestones, Victorious, is what you're referring to. Yes, China's innocent, though. The U.S. is a big, bad, mean bully picking on poor little China. Exactly, Estrella. I'm gonna have to send you on vacation. You're spending too much time with the tankies, Estrella. Oh, I know. Yeah, like, it's so fucking weird, but, you know. Remember to hold vengeance in your heart on your deathbed. Yep, Georgia Guidestones. That's the only thing keeping me alive, Victorious, is spite. I'm just living out of spite, basically. Keeps me going. It's my fuel. Yeah, and then, of course, there were the Georgia voting restrictions that the GOP basically signed in under a painting of an old slave plantation. You know, symbolism. Goes a long ways. Let's see. Stricter identification requirements, limited drop boxes, gives lawmakers the power to take over local elections, shorten their early voting period for any and all runoff elections, makes it a misdemeanor for people to offer food and water to any voters in line. In a state, quote, where voters sometimes wait for hours in the heat to vote. I'm sure that's on the up and up. Nothing going on there. Good luck, Victorious. But, I mean, if you get it off the ground, you know, give me a call. Oh, that's a take. That's a take. The U.S., China, and Russia are a crackhead mother and her 2 soft dick ex-husbands fighting over custody of the third world. And India is like, I want in. I believe is what radio said. It's too easy to create. Ugh. Let's see, what else did I have? It's really all I wanted to talk about, quite frankly, as far as news goes. Yeah. So, Kat, what big punchy guy? Which pair of big punchy guys? Is the ship still stuck? Is the Suez Canal deal make-believe? Oh, okay. No. And Estrella, yeah, from what I understand, the ship is still stuck. Uh, 9 hours ago. Yep, still stuck. 10% of the world's economy. Literally just waiting. Just stuck. The ship is our new anarchist. Oh, Estrella. I like that take. Oh, Victorious, some of the videos and photos coming out of there. Oh, one, there's a Twitter account for the Digger. It's satire, of course, but there is a Twitter account for the Digger, and it is funny. Some of the photos and video, there's like 2 dudes working on it. You're like, what the fuck? You'd think somebody would get in there and be like, spend some money. You're holding up this entire fucking world. You're holding up 10% of the world's economy right now. Move the stupid ship. Like, send in the military. Like, who gives a shit? Like, move the damn thing. Yeah. Okay, interesting. If in doubt, thermite. I know, Estrella. Fucking keep it slow. Just keep it moving as slowly as possible. Fuck it. Oh. Yeah, Victorious, I covered that story at the turn of the year. The couple of Canadian universities that released that study predicting global food, Western food prices on the rise. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Straya going full hardcore on that one. It turns out it's just one ship and a drunk captain. Allegedly drunk. Solid premarital. Conspiracy theory. South Africa is funneling billions into slowing down progress just so people have to go around the Cape. Dun dun dun. One I crafted in my early 20s that is an ever-evolving process and series of beliefs that I hold, that I don't ascribe to organized religion, even though I am an ordained minister within the Christian religion, as it were. So if you'd like to discuss Christianity, I could do that. So I'm a Jew. No. But thank you for telling us what to expect from you right out of the gate with the Jew comment. That's brilliant. I love when people basically, wear a sign that tells me exactly what to expect out of them. Yeah, Estrella, that one needed to go. Sorry, Cave, but... Somalian pirates needed more traffic, so they hijacked the freighter and got it stuck in the canal. That's a solid conspiracy theory. Well, I was already hovering in that area, Cat, because I'm not sure how quickly I'll have to take this person out. That's once, fair enough. Yeah. No, so, yeah, it looks like the boat is still stuck as of today. Premarital. Geography. Were they American? Because geography is not our strong suit, especially global geography. I mean, it's a shame we had to fight for that fucking legislation. Well, Jon Stewart did most of the fighting, to be perfectly honest. That and a bunch of cancer survivors. Or cancer victims. Patients, I should say. Don't know, but definitely Hank is their difference. You fucking racist argy. This is why Britain went after the Falklands, clearly. Yeah, John did good on that one. Don't you have, what's your deal with the Jews, Johnny? Clearly you have some anti-Semitism thing going on. What's your deal with the Jews? Just go ahead and get it out of your system, right? Maybe we could move on to something more productive, like actual political theory or fucking some relevant news of the day. If we just let you get it out of your system. So get it out of your system. Come on. What's your deal? It's the first thing you say. You try, like, am I a Jew? No, I'm not a Jew. But hey, whatever. And then the nose comments, and then, like, what's your problem? Victorious. That's fair, Victorious. That's fair. Nice, Cave. Oh. I have some somewhere in my family, like on my father's side. My paternal lineage has some that I don't think directly impacts me. But like his sister, something like that. Something in that cousin territory for me. They're Jewish, but yeah, my lineage is, it's determined usually by maternal, and my maternal lineage is, an American mix. So. Like if I know, I wouldn't even comment on it, Victorious, but yeah, it is weird. All right. Also 100% African, rock on. I mean, technically, aren't we all? The end of the day, historically. All right. So it's Friday. Let's see. Oh, hang on. What is this? What did Gamma just post? All right, cool. It's Friday. Let's do a community show. We'll start this off. I know I can always just say Cat get on the air, and Cat will get on the air. As long as Cat's not presently pummeling a fucking banana bag or some shit like that. So, Kat, go ahead and get on the air. And anybody else who already is over on Discord and you want to join in on the voice chat, by all means, you are welcome and invited. Let's start migrating this shit show away from politics and into just chatting. Let's gain some ground, and then we'll do that.
I like that reject modernity meme. That one's good. Good job, Adia. I don't know if you're still here.
There we go. Yes, Victorious. That is the projected birthplace of humanity. I do understand it to be somewhere in and around Ethiopia. Do you like the Cappy mug, Cat?
Oh shit! Nice.
It's
I dig it.
Here, there's the PR on that side, and then, but
sweet.
Since I'm right-handed, again.
Yeah. Not a bad look.
Yeah, and they sent me a sticker, tiniest fucking sticker ever. I need to actually get work on getting more because Super Dad said he wanted some for Momo.
Sweet.
And apparently the beanie will be here Monday.
Dig it.
So, yeah.
Gee, you still have your glasses, right?
They're not in this room at present, but yes.
I'm just saying that's a look. The beanie and glasses, classic combo.
All right. Well, maybe I'll flex it on Monday.
Dig it. You're welcome, you degenerates.
Yeah. Even though glasses suck.
They do, but hey, beauty is suffering or something to that effect.
Fucking, I do enough of beauty is pain. Yeah, I do enough of that already.
I know you.
That's how I keep my youthful good looks. It's all the pain. You want to know how to keep your youthful good looks, folks? It's not working for the CIA or the Illuminati. It's not the adrenochrome. It's being in pain 24 hours a day. This is what keeps your good looks going. I'm just telling you. Like if you want my beauty regimen, if you want my secret, what you need to do is just like, I don't know, every 3rd month shoot yourself in the foot or something. I don't know. It's like a vitamin. Yeah.
Nothing like your what is it, like a triannual dose of lead? You know.
Let's see.
Monthly, I mean. I realized that as I said that.
Hey, Kai, thoughts on the new Captain Planet reboot where he pledges himself to ISIL? Well, clearly, let's see. He's pledging himself to ISIL, so is that a Hulu? Is that Hulu who's rebooting that? That feels like Hulu. Yeah.
I want to see this now.
Yeah, let's do it now. Let's see. Gamma's posting a bunch of stuff. Just keeping an eye on it. I think it's HBO. Fair enough.
Wait, what channel? Oh, that's Year of M, by the way.
Is there? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is there though? I mean, I know you're fucking around, but like, is there? No, there isn't. But there are people calling for it actually. Like if you search for a Captain Planet reboot, like right out of the gate, the time has come for a Captain Planet reboot. What a Captain Planet reboot should be. Captain Planet, the superhero reboot we need to fight to get. Yeah, people want it. By the way, we Gen Xers look at millennial and Zoomer disruptors like proud parents. Mission accomplished. Laz, welcome, by the way. I'm on the cusp, so I have like Gen X and millennial tendencies. I have some of the apathy and the how do I want to be? Fuck this from your generation. But yeah, I have a bunch of tendencies from the millennial generation as well. So I appreciate the Gen Xers, even though by and large, y'all were a small generation. You came up with the like Reagan influence. So I don't blame the Gen Xers for checking out entirely. Like, yeah, no, we're good. But yeah, much thanks on behalf of myself, and Kat can speak for the Zoomers officially as well. But for myself, on behalf of millennials everywhere, we thank the Gen Xers. Let's see.
Yeah, well, honestly, the Zoomers are just trying to vibe. It's pretty much like our entire existence is just trying to fucking chill.
Do you think they used anarchism to build the pyramids? No, they used monarchism.
Like mass slavery and shit.
There is some debate on that, actually.
Well, serfdom, slavery, indentured servitude, you know, it's
there you go.
Same shit. You know, fuck it. You know, it's pretty much the same thing back in them days.
No, there actually is within anthropological circles, which we actually have an anthropologist in community.
Okay.
Let's see. Aren't names like Gen X and Zoomers and stuff just scratching around things like racism or sexism or classism? I don't think so. We've always recognized generational divides because there are things that change over the generations. Like there is valuable reasons to look at generational divides. Don't, you know, hold them, because there are, even when we talk about baby boomers, there's 2 categories of baby boomers, and like the later ones have as much kind of like anger at the system as a lot of we do. It's the like middle and young, it's the middle and older boomers that are the ones that like shut shit down, drain the system, hauled the ladder up behind them. Yeah. And so, yeah, there is even distinctions to be made there. But economically, sociologically, there are uses for the generational divides. My grandfather died swearing at government. Rock on. I respect it. Les Logics. Yes. We have revisited the slave thing and the pyramids, and there is contention that some have taken with the original theorem. I've never considered it, Cave. But, you know, Cave asking, thoughts on breaking into a history museum and taking a sneaky shit in an ancient Egypt exhibit?
You know?
Never thought about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much never thought about it either. That's a new one for me.
I do love informing people, though, that the writer of Night at the Museum used to go to the Natural History Museum in New York and drop acid. That's
I feel
what.
like it's a fairly common one, though.
Yeah, that's what that movie is. That movie is actually an acid trip. Like, it's not like, oh, this is like an No. It actually is an acid trip. It's what it is intended to be. He wrote it as that.
New York on acid would be fucking nuts. Yes, it would be. Big cities in general just kind of fucking weird people out when they're on that shit. I can tell you from experience.
Why? You don't live in a city.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, LA is not a city. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Culturally, like developmentally, it's just sprawl.
Yeah.
Like there's no heart to it. There's no core of Los Angeles. It's just LA.
But I think that's kind of like the beauty of it, though. Because it's essentially just like a collection of set pieces that have like kind of a shared aesthetic and kind of a shared culture.
I agree. I agree that this is one of the like beautiful parts of LA, but I also, this is with the point of distinction that like a city has like a centralization to it.
Fair enough. I guess it's just like a collection of mini cities if we're going to look at it that way, which, you know, either way.
There you go. Yeah, it is very much a collective. It is almost, I mean, if we eliminate a lot of the capitalism and actually fucking reordered some stuff, LA actually could become a model for like reciprocal associations of communes.
Yeah.
Like it legitimately could be a model for it. We just have to tinker with the economy a little bit.
Well, a lot of it.
Yeah, a lot of, you know.
LA is the take I'm here for.
LA is a series of strip malls. The US is a series of strip malls.
Yeah, that's like just a US thing.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news.
I don't know. There's a bunch of cultural centers in like LA, and by cultural centers I mean like just like community. It's hard to explain unless like you live here. It's just you kind of figure out like where are the spots that people have like fond memories of, and then just like, you know, that's kind of like where people like have a lot of like formative experiences and shit. Like everybody knows about their first trip to the Santa Monica Pier, or heading to fucking, you know, the LBC, and then like fucking, you know, that sort of shit. Like you just there's shared experiences.
Sloan. No, it's both. It's both.
Yeah, it's both. 100% it's both. It's fucking massive, son.
Yeah. The Los Angeles as a concept is very big. Let's see. I got super excited about visiting a strip mall for the first time, but they called the cops on me for indecent exposure, and it turns out I misinterpreted the whole idea.
That's rough.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm going to do. There you go.
It is not laid out like a grid at all.
Although, if you want to see a place that is laid out like just straight up grid, like Havasu City, Arizona, one of the designers, one of the architects that was used for Disneyland, helped design Lake Havasu, and it's a grid. Like there's no getting lost. There's no getting lost. It's really boring in a way, but it's super useful for navigating, you know, a town or a city.
Ruthlessly efficient.
Yeah, basically. And it's just a terrible place to live, by the way. I lived there for 2 months. Sophomore year of high school. Lived there for 2 months, and it literally locally they call it Lake Don't Have a Clue.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the joke is that there's like some undiagnosed hole in the ozone directly above it that's cooking everybody's brains. It's a river town. It's like a beach town. It's a party town. Like that's its function. It's there just to have a good time. Which I respect.
Decompression.
Yeah, exactly. Is LA where we're going to go for the first place for insurrection, get that federation going? No, LA is not where you want to go.
Yeah, no. We're too busy, like, either, like, living up, like, the consumerism and, like, completely just climbing that, like, those, like, sets of ladders, or you're just broke as fuck trying to get by. No in between.
Old-timey Hispanic American city will have grids, according to Premarital. I live in Nashville. It's rough, sprawls. Yep. Too busy being the haves and have-nots.
Pretty much.
Oh, Laz, Johnny's just a troll. From what I can tell, Johnny's just a troll.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Just leave him alone.
Yeah, like, I mean, feel free to engage. I'm just telling you ahead of time. Just know.
Yeah.
For your information. All right, so I think we're gonna pop the first one of these. Again, perfectly 100% legal in all of the U.S. There is nothing untoward happening here on stream.
Is that the kava shit?
No, this is aminophenyl butyric acid. This is that phenibut shit that that Kaiser was taking. That I was like, you inspired me. I'll grab some.
God damn,
my research, research chemical supply company, I haven't used them in years and years, basically, but they're still just as good as they were back in the day. I'm not kidding you. This is like 2 days ago, and it was delivered today. They're like, and it's on your doorstep. Like,
that's beautiful.
Still fucking efficient as all hell. Love them to death. Yeah, I know where to turn for research chemicals and that sort of thing. They got it right out the fucking door. But yeah, it's a GABA and it's a beta GABA and GABA beta agonist. So I think like benzos and alcohol territory, like that sort of feeling.
Yeah. Like kind of that like numbed out little chill.
Yeah. General CNS depressant, anti-anxiety. They actually phenibut is included in all of the Russian astronauts kits. That
doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, they give them they give them a supply of it to take the edge off. Yeah.
Gotcha. Estrella asks, you could live anywhere else wherever you choose. Like if I had my ideal finances, I'd probably like just stick to the UK. But like knowing my current situation, if I could just like snap my fingers, I'd pop into like Norway. Just like just shoot high, you know.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about the racism.
Right. Oh well, if we're magic powering it, yeah, I'll be a cat and I'll fucking live down the street from one another, and fucking I don't have to worry about the racism.
Yeah, exactly. He gets the good treatment too. He's got the blue eyes going on and everything.
Hazel actually, but thank you.
Shut the fuck up. You get what I mean?
Yeah, they do shift. They got that weirdness to them. Depending on lighting and shit like that.
I've looked at them enough.
What did I miss and what the fuck are you even saying? Hey, Wither. So say money doesn't exist. I'll engage. Why not? And one hunter is better than all of them and has all the meat furs. What do you do with them?
For the meat and furs.
Has all of the meat and furs. And money doesn't exist in one hunter. What do you do with them? Well, you bargain with them, you attempt to convince them. See, this is the thing. There's economic power, there's political power, and there's social power. You've eliminated economic power, right? But we're left with political and social power. Political power is generally defined as force, right? So police, this is political power. As an anarchist, I wouldn't argue for the use of political power. I would argue for the use of social power. So this is where we open a dialogue with said hunter, and we attempt to convince them that actually we could make their life easier if they would just engage in a trade relationship with us as a larger community.
Yeah.
We can aid them in healing, in supplies, in weaponry, in housing, in gardens, in a whole host of topics and goods and services that otherwise they would not actually have as much time or necessarily ability to do. Not complicated. I know what you wanted, but again, it's almost like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Let's see. What did I
Why
put?
the fuck would you want to live in the UK? Jesus Christ, run far from this imperial hellhole. Okay, it's very simple.
It's not the U.S.
Very well, yeah. It's not the U.S. for one, but like it's just like okay, I'm just gonna bite the bullet here. I actually kind of enjoy like British culture and shit, and I generally like the idea of just meeting people from all over the fucking place. Like here in California, you get all the Europeans and shit, but it's like it seems like across the pond you get people from like all over. That's just more interesting to me. More
Duffy
engaging.
will process it all for you, provide a safe place to sleep, and there's both men and women here. Yep, Duffy knows how to fucking sell something.
Don't forget alcohol. That's a big one.
Yeah, tobacco, alcohol, cannabis, whatever. Yeah, we can get you fucked up. We can get you fucked. We can get you fucked up, and we can give you a place to recover. Come on, who's not going to take that deal?
Yeah. How dare you, Kat? How dare you with that opinion? I don't know why I'm offended by it. Dude, let me put it, if I actually had my like shit in order and I had like a really like well-paying job and shit, UK is one of the better places to be in the world. I mean, that's the thing about the Scandinavian countries. You have a very like, like white supremacists like all like gush over, but you have a very like homogenous culture. There's not a lot really going on outside of being like super economically productive. They all speak funny.
I mean, that's the thing, is if, this all determines how much of a hypothetical you're going to set up. Are we setting up, global fucking universal healthcare? Because if I have global universal healthcare, I'm not going to that part of the world.
Me neither, dude. It's boring.
Yeah, we all know where Kai's going to be. I'll see you in the Caribbean.
Yeah. If I had just, anywhere, just, blanket anywhere, I'd probably go South Asia, that general region of the world, Laos, fucking Cambodia, Thailand, that would be where I'd like to hang out.
Southeast Asia, I'd be out on the archipelago, but yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah. I wouldn't know. See, that's the thing. Culturally, I'm not down with a lot of the groups that are hanging out in that part of the world right now. Too much Indonesian influence, but I mean, it's the Caribbean, we get down. I already know. I can work. Yeah.
Fair enough. Southeast Asia is racist against any Westerners. Good place to choose. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is I'm not winning anywhere. Because that's the thing, is if I go to Scandinavia, I'm brown as fuck. There are plenty of people out there that wouldn't take kindly to me. Fucking same with the UK. Here in the States, I don't really got a raw deal, and it's pretty much, unless I go back to Mexico, I'm kind of fucked. If that's really the angle we're taking.
Premarital, then yeah, we'll just you can just meet me at my home state.
Dig it.
Super.
New Zealand is very welcoming, I've heard. Get the fuck out of here, son. You got some bad info.
The sea is also classist with land lovers, where they're still looking for that floating anarchistic commune in international waters. The UK is to the US what the Wolf Slayer would have been to the Reichstag. You think, oh yes, bimbly bobbly, good job, chap. A bit of trans race hate and stabbing, but you have no idea. Emin.
Well, see, that's the thing, is I'm not even going for the posh English culture. That shit kind of bores me as much as it does here. For me, it's just like I've talked with a lot of British people that aren't fucking like stupidly bigoted, and they seem cool. Seem much more educated than your average American, and that leads to much more interesting conversations with people who are, air quotes, apolitical, but like have a really solid understanding of their political systems, geography, histories of surrounding countries, like that. Those types of conversations and attitudes are much more like fascinating to me and much more engaging to me.
And actually, again, as is tradition already, Johnny, you are wrong. This is the divide for Antarctica. It's governed by what's called the Antarctica Treaty System. It was signed into law by an international accord in 1959. You do have an unclaimed section though. That you can work off of here. Notice Australia has all this. Look at fucking Australia.
Red Pill, you can just come on air right now.
Yeah.
It's open.
Yeah. Doors open, Bread Pill. And if when you want to, Bread Pill, just jump into voice chat. I'll move you on air. We're doing a Friday community show.
Good.
So, you do you.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm like saying premarital. I mean, that's the thing, is that if you're like white and upper class, the world's your fucking oyster. You can go fucking anywhere. You're cool. Unless like, I don't know, I guess like some parts of Asia and like
some parts of Africa too.
Yeah.
You have to hire like PMCs and stuff.
That sort of, yeah. But I mean, like overall, like you got a pretty sweet. You got not anyone upper class, Johnny. Trust me when I say that there are some places where your class won't fucking save you.
Yeah, no, I got you, Bread Pill. I got you. Don't worry, I got you. Check your whispers.
Class is over race until you are in a back alley in a place you're not familiar with, in a with a language you don't speak.
Yeah, don't do that.
It's that simple.
Somebody tagged me. Angie, hey Angie, unpacking groceries. How long you have been streaming? I don't know. Somebody running uptime. And an hour and 22 minutes.
Even Lotus, I don't think you realize the type of dangerous places I've been. I've been around the block. I can vouch for that with the stories that
I mean, even I've been some pretty fucked up places, but yeah, Cat fucking dwarfs us.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I know what it's like to have people look at me kind of funny just because I speak a certain way or I'm playing a certain song on the radio when I'm driving down the. Like I know what it's like. Trust me, I can deal with that. It's just, you know.
Analyze and compare emerging technologies. All right. What was this apropos of? Victorious. Just curious. I'm just gonna pop out here your fucking chat histories.
Eleanor Powell's.
Oh,
it's just like. No, that's not how it goes. I've just lived in those shady alleys.
Interesting. Victorious.
I live nearby them. You're so special that individually you should write a book. Who's that directed towards?
I think you.
Oh, well.
I think everybody should write a book.
I'm just too lazy about it.
It's a bitch. It's why I've always been an essayist rather than a fucking author, like traditional like novelist. It's just, dude, putting together a couple hundred pages and a coherent, narrative without glaring plot holes. It's a piece of work, it really is. Yeah. But yeah. No.
That is kind of my position, even Lotus. I don't like my vocabulary is garbage. I have no clue what it'd even be about. Like, even just like, yeah, I'm cool. I'm chilling.
Your vocabulary isn't garbage, and you know it.
Well, no, I mean, like, when I start, like, typing shit, then it just kind of goes to... You know this, it just goes to shit.
Historians of the future will need your biography.
I mean, I guess I could provide a pretty good insight into, like, what the culture was you know, like around this period for like minorities living in this area of the world. Maybe. I'd consider it.
I was just
I'm
trying.
just too lazy though.
Well, I should have done, like, I should have become a diarist.
Yeah.
And kept track of the evolution of the internet.
That would have been baller.
Yeah, that.
To be fair, I feel like the internet's already done that for you though.
Well,
Like collectively.
Yeah, but I think that there could have been some really interesting, like, personalized takes on it, especially during the early era.
Should we yoink that, by the way?
It's not.
It's like straddling the edge, right?
It's real close, but I'm gonna leave it for now and just put like mad fucking, like, just fucking, we gotta keep an eye on this motherfucker. And I don't even know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you're gonna have to give us a bit more like, info to work with here.
EF1 tornado in Middlebury earlier. Holy shit! 110 mile per hour winds. Yeah, no, that's the second tornado in Vermont during the month of March since 1950. We don't get that shit in that part of the world. Holy fuck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's fuck me. 110. They should be fine though. Most of the construction.
Good God.
Sometimes feel sad for those who knew the web before 2005-ish. Oh, fucking, it was, dude, it's so amazing. Let's see. Hang on. Let me just look this person up.
Oh, did it give the name?
Yeah. Oh, she's the accomplice for the prison escape of Asada Shakur. Yeah. Also a Brinks robbery and large cache of explosives and firearms, 750 pounds worth. Back in '84. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, she did like the BLA and shit like that. Or no,
Black Liberation Army.
No, she did the May 19th Communist Organization. So she did the M19CO shit. They provided operational support for the BLA, like armed truck robberies and shit like that. But yeah, she's out now. Like she like
did her time.
Yeah, like in fucking early 2000s, something like that. Oh, no. Clinton commuted her sentence. That's right. Clinton commuted her sentence. But yeah, she got like a bunch of offers to teach and stuff like that by various schools. But let me check.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that she was exercising her Second Amendment rights, and that, like, you know, that's just the consequences of our Second Amendment. Some people recognize the tyrannical government and they do what's needed.
Yeah, no. She serves as a vice chair on the board of directors for Thousand Currents, a nonprofit foundation that does direct some money towards BLM.
Wait, Johnny, you say that, Johnny, that is the Second Amendment. If it's like against like the state, then yeah. The whole point is like to overthrow a tyrannical government by force. By force means with violence.
Hey, Brad.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Johnny Sinsao.
Yeah, hold on. Fuck Johnny. Can you count to 5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you. Just want to get your levels correct.
Cool.
Fucking. I mean, they were insurrectionists.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I
Yeah,
mean, this just depends
right
how.
Yeah,
it just depends how you want to qualify this, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean we have to agree with them, but that was their Second Amendment right to do so.
I mean, it's not even necessarily their Second Amendment right proper, but it is constitutionally allowed. It is undermined by, oh God, which one would it be? This would be the War Powers Act, or it would be, oh God, which one am I after? 1920 maybe?
Well, they are guilty of murdering people, Johnny.
No, it's 1918. It's the Sedition Act that they would be guilty of. So constitutionally, they're clean, but they are in violation of the Sedition Act of 1918, and then like a whole bunch of subsequent ones. But again, this just depends on how you want to contextualize this conversation. But that's neither here nor there. So how are you doing? How should I refer to you?
Oh, me. I don't know. I guess in terms of names, the only thing common to all my social media handles has pill at the end, and then pronouns they them.
I can work with pill. Pill works. Yeah, I don't mind. I'm a child of the internet. Pseudonyms work for me. Better than pronouns, quite frankly. It's like, what pronouns? No. Right. Just give me a pseudonym and let's run with it. Right. So pill works for me. So how are you doing today? How's your Friday?
Pretty good. It's been a pretty relaxing day. I'm off of school for about a week, and I think at one point you had said I should come on to discuss what your thoughts are on Marxism-Leninism. And first of all, for people in the chat, I'm not a Marxist-Leninist. I'm an anarchist, and I find a lot of time in leftist spaces for people who are very focused on left unity. People, I don't know. To me, the idea seems a bit silly because I don't know if that could ever work long term. Maybe short term, some things could work in terms of like, oh, we will organize the same things together. But long term, it doesn't seem to ever end well for anarchists.
Well, this is gonna be a short conversation.
Hey, Curio. This is gonna be quick. Left unity is a meme. Done. No, I agree. Cat agrees. Like, I'll speak for Cat. Fuck it. Like, we agree. Like, if it's like we're gonna build some housing for the houseless, or we're gonna feed some people on the street, like, we can work together. It's no problem with that. Like, short-term organizing, but anything long-term, we have fundamental disagreements.
Internal contradictions is, I believe, the term that Marxist-Leninists tend to use.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I've tried to apply a kind of anarchist lens consistently to all states, but for some reason and I try not to like disproportionately criticize other governments, considering I live in the U.S. So if I criticize the U.S. government, I'm probably more likely to have some kind of material effect on it. Whereas if I criticize other governments, it's just complaining, right?
See,
but I've noticed when I criticize countries like China or Vietnam, I'm called all sorts of names, like CIA or imperialist, and it's like I'm not advocating for any sort of intervention. I'm just saying that these countries aren't socialism proper.
well, okay. So here's your, this is the card, because you're an anarchist, right? Anarchists don't recognize nation states or artificial borders. So it is fair and it is consistent for an anarchist to criticize anywhere. It doesn't matter if we're talking the other side of the globe or in your own backyard. It's all the purview of anarchists, because as far as we're concerned, if there is oppression, if there is coercion, if there is state force, then we're against it. So whether we're talking about indigenous communities fighting an oil pipeline, or whether we're talking about police beating up and shooting black people in the street, or whether we're talking about a Uyghur internment camp, it's all the same sort of action for an anarchist at the end of the day. Because again, I don't really give a shit if you drew an imaginary line on the ground. All I give a shit about is whether you're oppressing people. And if you're doing that, I have critique. I have something to say about it. And I will not hold my tongue just because I'm an American and you need to clean up your own backyard, blah, 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 blah. I got plenty of criticism for everybody to go around, right? Like I can spend a show dunking on tankies in China. I can spend a show dunking on America. Doesn't really matter. it's all the fucking same at the end of the day for an anarchist. So that's how I feel on the matter.
I've been seeing some ridiculous things. Of course, it's on Twitter because everything ridiculous is on Twitter. But just people making this implication that the rise of, and I don't get me wrong, like I don't actually comprehend this argument because it doesn't make sense. But people have been implying, and by people I mean like Marxist-Leninists, have been implying that the rise of anti-Asian hate crimes in the U.S. is somehow linked to anarchists criticizing China, which to me it's like, you realize like we're less than like 1% of the population.
Oh, we're not even, we're a fraction of a fraction. It's like,
right.
But that's what you have to understand. Okay, so, what is this fucking dumb person's stupid fucking book called? All right, so Occult Features of Anarchism with Attention to the Conspiracy of Kings and the Conspiracy of the Peoples. All right, so there is legitimately a conspiracy that exists there is a conspiracy theory that exists that maintains that anarchism, socialism, and communism are all creations of the Illuminati and foisted upon the world by Freemasons. All right.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so there's also a conspiracy theory done by tankies that believe that the CIA operates anarchistic cells. All right. Mm-hmm. So you start to like play around in these arenas long enough, and what you find is that we're all George Soros agents. We're all working for the deep state. We're all working for the FBI, CIA, Freemasons, and Illuminati.
Yep.
So
this was a crazy book.
Yeah, as an anarchist, you basically you're going to get it from all sides, because basically our fight exists at the other axis. Look, the neo-feudalists and the wannabe, the ANCAPs around these parts, we just call them neo-feudalists and fucking get on with our lives.
Yep.
Sure, we have battles to wage on that side of the political spectrum, but realistically, where our battles lie as anarchists is above our head on that spectrum, right? It's the x-axis versus, it's the y-axis. It's the x-axis. It's the authoritarian one, right? Like, this is the problem. Like, go far enough north on the political compass, and then anarchists have a problem with you, inherently. It doesn't matter if you're a leftist. It just doesn't matter. What matters is whether you're willing to use force and coercion and oppression to enact your ideology.
Yeah, and even this idea of leftist, I'm starting to become a bit skeptical of as well, because everyone has a different definition of like who's a leftist, and depending on how far left you go, like it gets more and more restrictive. So once you get all the way to the left, like very few people are leftists, whereas like a social democrat is going to think they're a leftist. And it's all these different groups that, to me, I mean, in some ways, yeah, they have some things in common. Like they think there are problems with capitalism at the very least. But other than that, like that seems to be the only thing all of these different groups with far different ideas and goals in mind have in common.
We're gonna post pill you, because I describe myself as a post left, post anarchist, and so post gang, rise up, motherfucker. But yeah, I would urge you to look into post leftism. It's not leaving leftism behind. It is an anarchistic analysis of leftism, and a realistic, nuanced, adult conversation about the things that we have diverged on ideologically, philosophically. Not even ideologically, but philosophically. There are things within the left that anarchists disagree with. And there's stuff we share. You know, all those humanitarian, egalitarian principles that are born of the Enlightenment that we flow through and out of. but we're born sort of the Enlightenment and flow out of it. You know, we definitely agree with those sorts of things, but then you have this sort of professionalism, or we have these hierarchies, this professionalism and substitutionalism and ossified ideological tendencies that happen, especially within the authoritarian area of the left. But you end up working for the ideology rather than the ideology working for you, sort of situation. And so, yeah, I would encourage you to look at it like post-left analysis. And
yeah, I've come across a little bit of it, and one thing I wonder with it is it seems very critical of traditional organizational methods with anarchism and anarchists, such as syndicalism. And right now, I'm at the stage where it's like I don't know how I feel about what is the best way to actually go forward. Is it insurrection? Is it bringing back like some kind of revolutionary, syndicalist unions? Is it all of these things? Is it building like neighborhood councils or just councils outside of the state to kind of serve as counter institutions? I really don't know.
Hey, nonsense, and that's insane. I advocate for look at the world as like a studio mixing board, and push all of the levels.
Yeah.
There's no one right one. There's no one single one that's going to get you what you want. And so, I mean, if you look at it as a feedback system, then what you need to understand is that as you push one, you may get resistance on that one. So you start pushing another one until you get a little resistance over there. You push another one over here on the right, and then you start pushing that other one that was getting some resistance, and you can get a little further on that sort of thing. It requires a degree of distributed effort and nuance. And putting all of your eggs in one basket, as it were, is a fool's errand. There's just too much work to be done anyway. To say like there's one singular act, and if there is one thing I can pass on to you is don't fall for the left's meta narrative of revolution. This is shit that's left over from the French Revolution that got into the discourse. It got into the I don't know how I want to describe it. It got into the narrative of the leftist milieu. And ultimately what you're left with is a bunch of people who think
different definitions of the same exact words too. Like for some people, revolution is like a very gradual overtime process.
Well, that's what it's supposed to be.
But whereas some people have in mind this like kind of sudden event that just happens spontaneously, and it's like
that's the French Revolution's meta narrative that infected the left.
Yeah. And it's just so weird because I've seen all of these debates now played out over and over and over again, even within anarchist circles. Like anarchists will debate the definition of democracy and whether it's compatible with anarchism over and over again. And it's just like, if we can agree on what we mean by the words rather than arguing about whose definition is correct, then maybe we can actually do something together. It's just something I've noticed a lot. And I feel like conservatives have this weird idea in their mind that like the left is like this very united thing, like, and we're all working together. And it's just so ironic because like even amongst anarchists, you find massive disagreement about, what we should do.
I see I'm just going to pat myself. I am the great anarchist uniter. Right. Like I honestly, like that is, I think what I bring to the table best is a pragmatic, nuanced approach, utilizing anarchism as a lens of analysis and a tool for organizational structuring. It isn't one answer. And this is where, like, look, just take somebody else's dick and throw it on the table, right? Like Emma Goldman's got probably the biggest dick in the anarchist room, right? Like if you want to fucking measure up, Emma will measure. And even Emma said that, there is no perfect utopian expression of anarchism because it isn't a monolithic philosophy. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. And so if you end up in that conversation with what we describe as pure utopians, these anarchists, or I mean, they exist elsewhere, but I tend to reserve it for anarchists. These pure utopians that have this singular vision for what their anarchism is. They need an education. They need their own history as anarchists. They need to understand that there is no singular expression, that's not how anarchism works. If you're going to imbue society with this empowerment of the individual, this autonomy, to create these reciprocal free associations of affinity groups, there's no way for you to prefigure a societal structure. So there is no project of projects.
I've also noticed this, like people have this kind of universalism, and of course their version is the universally correct one, which is such a very like I don't necessarily want to use the word liberal, but like enlightenment era style of thinking, where it's like I have the universal truth here. Not to say like, oh, there is no truth, but like people have this idea of what their future society is going to look like in their mind, and they think everyone has the same idea. But that's just not true. And also, I've started to more and more embrace the kind of like anarchist without adjectives, where it's like different people are just gonna want different things and do different things. Will we have capitalism with anarchism? No. Okay, I'm still gonna leave that out. But I think there's gonna be some communes where people trade, right? And there's gonna be some with markets, and there's gonna be some with everything held in common. Like that's just how it's going to be. And how would I stop someone across a vast distance from trading with each other?
That's what you need to bring up. Like if you're engaged in those anarchistic spaces and you're having that conversation, you need to remind them that how are you to prefigure a societal structure when you're empowering individuals to act as autonomous entities. They are free to make their own decisions. They are free to make their own associations. They are free to structure their social groups, their affinity groups, their mutual aid networks as they see fit. And when you attempt to create a prefigure of that societal structure for them, then you're becoming an authoritarian in your own right.
Yeah.
And so it is, Marx, there's two versions of this. Marx's version is that I don't attempt to write recipes for the cook shops of the future. This is how you tell the MLMs to like, don't go and create any superstructure, right? Don't attempt to create a prefigurative social structure. For anarchists, our turn of phrase for that is there is no project of projects. That basically there is no master project as an anarchist. Our job is to educate, and our job is to fight unjust hierarchies and oppression. That's what we do. As an anarchist, our job is to come along as a lens of analysis and say, oh, this is broken, and this is why it's broken. Here, let me give you the tools so that together we can work to dismantle this coercive, oppressive structure, whatever it may be.
Right.
And sometimes that means that, we're fighting a pipeline and on a reservation, and other times it means we're working to get kids out of mines.
Right. I think a lot of this discussion online, it starts to get just very abstracted from reality and like just so theoretical and bogged down in the details of like a future, and I will say utopian because that's the kind of attitudes that a lot of these people have. It's like, oh, we have to map out every single detail of it. And a lot of these, even anarchists, I find like have a kind of, it's almost like a religious faith about them. Right. And that's what terrifies me, because that kind of faith without evidence, like that it's deadly.
You would have enjoyed, what was it, last week? It was like last Thursday was the fuck philosophy stream. Yeah, I've done both. I guess that's the difference for me, is I've done both. I've done the organizing on the ground. I've done the activities. I've done the work, right? And I've done a shit ton of study into the philosophy and the theory and the history. And so I have both at my disposal. And so having lived that, I find that, look, I'm going to paint with a wide brush here, and I'm doing it knowingly and intentionally. More often than not, when dealing with a pure utopian evangelical anarchist, I find somebody from middle class or upper middle class America.
Mm-hmm.
I find somebody with a decent amount of class privilege. And that's usually the character trait that you can find, is because if you're dealing with, and this is where, you know, you have to have divergence within your philosophy. This comes from Saul Alinsky, which if you haven't read, you should have already, as I always say. There is a basically there's a rule that is one of the rules for radicals, and that it is that ethics runs counter to choice options. The less options you have, the less ethics you concern yourself with. Ethics are for those that have a plethora of options. And so if you are truly an oppressed people undergoing genocide, and you've had all of this just weight of the system and state come at you full force, your options for ethical quandaries really are pretty limited. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And so this is where this sort of space in which you're talking about that there's all of this debate to the nth degree. These are people with multitudes of options. And so that's what I've found more often than not. And it's like, look, go hang out with, look, if they truly are privileged fucking Westerners, tell them to go over to the UK anarchist scene and set up a squat and hang out with some houseless people. The UK anarchists are really good at squats. If they want to know what it's like to take a fucking, a rubber bullet or a tear gas canister to the face, go hang out in the Pacific Northwest. PDX will show them what's up. If they want to know what it's like to, actually fight some of these systems, like go hang out in Germany. Fucking Hamburg will show you what's up the next time they have any international meetings going on there, financiers. Like there are places. Oh, and if they want to get real, send them on down to South America. The Argentinians will show them what's up. Like,
I've also seen France. They know how to protest. And anarchists in Greece, they are not fucking around.
Yeah, like it's like, look, if you want to get your feet wet, there's places you can get your feet wet. And clearly sometimes people, they need a reality check. And for those of us that have, I've already had that reality check, there's no need there. Like you already understand the difference between the binary and then the nuance. And as far as, or theory and organizational activity goes, there's tons of nuance. But when you're in the street, then it's a binary. You got to get the job done territory. And so, that's the pure utopians I do not suffer through. And I'm very quick to take them down a notch.
I mean, I've had people tell me, and don't get me wrong, there are some people who typically start off as like social democrats or democratic socialists, and then they get into anarchism for the first time. And then, they have all these strange ideas of what anarchy might look like. And sometimes like they think that police and prisons could exist in anarchy, which is like, that's how.
There's way to have community watch programs. There's a way to have prisons, but again, I say it with that emphasis because the fact of the matter is there's no way for me to say that word to a Westerner, or at least an American, and have them even comprehend what I'm about to say, because it invokes a series of mental images that run counter to what we're actually talking about. The closest we could get them is a Norwegian prison.
Right. But I think one of the problems is, again, like even thinking that there's like a one size fits all solution to someone like being
Projects.
violent, right?
Projects of projects. It's
Right, exactly. But then there's a kind of counter reaction to this where people have misunderstandings about what anarchism entails. And there's like, because of this, I've advocated before, like, hey, people should, police their own neighborhoods to keep the cops out. And then people will like, they'll be like, so you're advocating for cops? You just want new cops? And it's like, you're missing the fucking point.
well, and this is where I usually have a thing I fall back on for those sorts of people, is that there's two ways that people learn. There's those that learn through theory, and there's those that learn through experience. And
Right.
most of us are those that learn through experience. The fact of the matter is most of us learn by doing. And few of us are lucky to be able to learn through theorizing. But if you're having so much trouble grasping these concepts, then what I do is encourage them to go hang out with some anarchists. Go hang out with an anarchistically organized operation. Find a coffee shop that is run by anarchists. Go hang out with Food Not Bombs. Go somewhere that you can experience anarchistic activity, and then you can start to grasp these concepts. Because the fact of the matter is that the majority of people, yourself and myself, we talk to on a daily basis are propagandized and brainwashed, and not only propagandized and brainwashed, but literally cultured in. Their native environment is that of a hierarchical, capitalistic, Western neoliberal system. So their brains operate in a form and fashion that is counterintuitive to what we are talking about. And so many times they're not going to be able to grasp the fact that you can organize a hierarchically organized neighborhood watch program that has a full accountability due to the nature of it, that doesn't actually replicate the police system. We're not talking about putting new cops on the streets. We're talking about an entirely different structure being implemented on the streets, but all they can see is that.
I often ask them, like, if I were to watch my neighbor's house to make sure, they don't get robbed, like, what are you going to do to stop me? Because it's exactly what I'm talking about.
Meat Toad, where are you, if you don't mind? And then we may be able to help you. We'll see what we can do. And generally, if you want to find such organizations, just look for anarchists in your area. That's how you find them. Anarchists will know which coffee shop is anarchistically organized. They'll know what their activities are doing. FNB is defunct there. Interesting. It happens. But yeah, that's generally how you find these things, is find the anarchists. But yeah, I legitimately believe that the first order of business for anarchists, period, is as educators. And I think it would behoove most anarchists to understand a little bit of pedagogy to start with, and to understand anarchist pedagogy, because there is specifically anarchist pedagogy. There are schools of pedagogy for just anarchists. And because that's our first order of business, is teaching people how these things work. And beyond that, then comes the stuff that we're known for.
Yeah. In my mind, it's like, I think back to how I became anarchist, and often it was just like a one-off recommendation for a book that I hadn't considered before. And someone's just like, hey, check this out. Whereas I look at anarchism now on social media, YouTube and Twitch, it's not so much as bad because it's people actually talking to each other. And when people actually talk to each other, they know how to have a normal conversation. But if I were to try to become an anarchist via Twitter, I don't think I would be one today, because there's a lot of people who are just assholes to like people who are genuinely just trying to learn and asking these, kind of clumsy or confused or quote unquote stupid questions. Yeah.
I have converts to my name. I've created a style of praxis as an entry point for anarchism. I have consciously tried to be friendly, approachable anarchist. So those types of people that you're talking about, that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I don't know how to ask this question. And all I know about anarchism or anarchy is that it means chaos and every man for himself. Right? Like, I've created a space in which we can engage with those people and swing them. And, I think rightfully, but I am quite proud of that, first order of business following 100 years of anti-anarchist propaganda is that we need to get our reputation back. And Black Bloc isn't going to help us with that. Don't get me wrong, I'm not denouncing Black Bloc. All I'm saying is that that's not what that tool is for. You don't attempt to screw in a screw with a hammer.
Yeah. Hey, do you mind if I be right back? I don't know, probably.
Never.
15 minutes.
By all means, do what you got to do.
Okay. Cool. I'll talk to you then.
Okay. Cool. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Kai has made the Tao into anarchism. Kai is the gateway to anarchism.
Yeah.
Let's
The
see.
gateway drug, as it were.
First one's a freebie, as is the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Let's see. Yeah, Twitter isn't a good platform for complex discussions. Exactly, sourcing. Somebody said something beyond that. Somebody, who was that? Red Goat. What's the anarchist emoji on Twitter? The red and black flag. Oh, that's, it depends. That's sort of the anti-fascist flag. The anarchist flag traditionally is literally just a black flag. Though there are iterations that are the red and black. I've seen it kind of get mixed up over the years.
Yeah, I thought the red and black was like syndicalism or like anarcho-communism.
It depends which version of it. The fucking, this
Talking
way...
about, like the double triangle.
Yeah, okay, the triangle traditionally is Ansin. But I've also... See, this is the problem. It depends who you ask, because there's a bunch of people who aren't using it with historical accuracy. Right? Traditionally, the anarchist flag proper, just plain anarchism, is just a black flag. This is why you have black flag. Like, this is the thing. Yeah, Mitre, lefties suck at branding. They do. Let's see. I'd rather be a hammer than an AI. Okay, interesting. I'm Catalonia pilled, so black and red all the way. I'm fine with the black and red. It's a decent aesthetic. But yeah, it's let's see. Do I have? Yeah. It's also anarcho-socialism. See, this is the thing. The ANSOCs use the red and black as well. So I have seen anti-fascists use it. I have seen the ANSOCs use it, and I've seen the ANSINs use red and black flags. So, just saying. Mitre, how are we still using words like the bourgeoisie, and we wonder why people feel alienated from us?
Yeah. I mean, it's just true.
Oh, yeah, Wither, I actually still have it. It hasn't gone anywhere, I just haven't done anything about it.
Hey. Yeah, man, I'm just gonna make it very simple. When you start saying that there's an acceptable number of civilians that can be killed, you're in authoritarian territory. It's that simple.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable territory for an anarchist. Usually, I mean, even historically speaking, it was targeted.
Yeah.
Anarchists weren't even historically. There are a few that strayed outside those bounds, but historically, anarchists, if they engaged in the propaganda of the deed, it was a targeted action, not an indiscriminate action. There's a captain infamously in Argentina who a bunch of the expropriators got sick of due to him capturing anarchists, torturing, and summarily executing. He didn't last. It's that simple. They saw him as a direct threat to the cause. They removed him as as an obstacle. It's that sort of action that historically anarchists take. Again, definitely not advocating for here, but explaining from that of a, historian's context.
Well, that's kind of like my unironic position is like, look, if the IRA wants to be redeemed, they need to be more aggressive in putting up these groups, and they should have been more aggressive historically. It's that simple.
Let's see. So, okay, so just from context, I guess you and Emin have an IRA conversation going on?
Yeah, pretty much. I just said, like, I don't have a high opinion of the IRA because of, well, the civilian killings. Like, I'm for, like, Irish independence and Scottish independence, and really just given the bird of, like, the UK in general. But, like, I don't like justifying killing civilians.
I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the IRA got messy.
Yeah. And Emin unironically pulled the, well, it was justified, but if it wasn't justified, like, they, Let me put it like this. They gave me the, well, it was justified because of the famines. But then if it wasn't justified, you can't blame the whole group. And I'm trying to work to the next one, if there is a next step. Okay, see, they did it again. Look,
Acceptable casualties, right?
Yeah, pick one or the other. It's either it was justified or you can't blame the whole group. I'm not going to do the double. I'm not going to do the double-sided argument. We're sticking to one position or the other.
I mean, that's, yeah. And Wither Cave put a link for you in chat. The politics and philosophy of piracy on the high seas.
Oh, cool.
So there you go. Fucking Cave doing my work for me. Thank you, Cave. So far I've taken 500 milligrams of the Phenibut.
Wither, to clarify my position, and, well, Kai, stop me if it's TOS. I don't like, I think violence is an acceptable option, just not against civilians. Like, if you're, if you, if the BLM
add a
protest...
historical context to this so we can keep ourselves clean.
Well, so for example, with the BLM protests, them burning down, a police station, if they also, got a few cops, I'm not really going to shed a lot of tears. Those are people that chose their side. They're part of the system that's, actively perpetuating these things. At some point, you got to realize what you're signing up for. That's fine.
Okay, so then we'll cover our asses by saying, I, as the channel operator, do not I neither condone nor repudiate any behaviors or activities on the part of the BLM or violent activities that may take place. I am an advocate for peaceful operation, something there. Nobody said civilian deaths were good.
But you are justifying them. Can we get that out the way? You are justifying them.
Cave, thoughts on Sam Cedar's recent comments on how we as a nation must protect ourselves from the perfidious among... I'm sorry. Sam Cedar actually said that?
Yeah, I'm gonna need a link here. I have a hard time believing he said that. I mean, I don't know. Sock dems are wacky.
I mean, yeah, like if you could hook a brother up, Cave, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack. How you doing today? How's your Friday, Jack? And so each of the pills earlier was a 250 milligram, and then I filled some 500 milligrams, because I want to see how this works in my psyche. Hey, Story. And then we'll fucking get it kicked off. Besides death threats at work, Peachy. Jesus Christ. Let me guess. Please tell me it's just some fucking anti-masker Karen. I want to see your manager. I'll burn this place to the ground bullshit. I am not like for real death threats, like proper. But yeah, I'd love to know more.
Right.
Give me a minute. I'll find the tweet. Thank you, Cave.
Yeah, I want to see that. But Emin, just like one last note, because I feel like this conversation is going nowhere. You started the conversation by asking me what my opinion on the IRA is. I said I don't like the killing of civilians. So then the first response he gave me was that, well, it's kind of justified because of the famines that happened. And I say, well, I don't like justifying the death of civilians due to historical atrocities. Then you then proceed to say, well, then you can't blame it on the whole group, which indicates to me that you're kind of arguing in bad faith. It's either you believe that the deaths are justified and shouldn't reflect badly on the, and they, that's just like the cost of war or whatever, or that's just like the acceptable cost of things, or B, that group just didn't represent the IRA in any capacity. It's just like, it's either one or the other. You can't the chat logs are there. They're public.
I mean, look. They got that way for sure, Rad. They got that way for sure. Jack, I'm in customer service. Call the guy who was telling me he was gonna body me and a lot of other colorful things he would do to me. That figures. I was hoping it was that, Jack. Not that I'm hoping for a particular type of death threat against you, but I was hoping that it wasn't like a dude in the fucking store, like threatening to shoot the place up sort of scenario, but rather, yeah, that dumbass Karen fucking bullshit.
I mean, I haven't voiced support for the UK government in relation to the Irish.
Come on, Emin.
Yeah, I haven't done that. I haven't like literally everyone here is in agreement that the UK has been historically been a huge imperialist force.
Okay,
that
here, Emin. Here's how you play it. Here's the plan. As an anarchist, right? If you want to drag my name into this, right? As the IRA, take as many assets as you want. Fucking take out as much government and societal assets you want. Take out as many fucking cops and soldiers and political officials. Historically, this is how anarchists, this is all fair game. The instant you start targeting indiscriminately and you start taking out hundreds of civilians over the course of your campaign, that's the problem. Is the fucking campaign justified? Yes. Due to 800 years of oppression by their colonial masters, for sure. But again, you either have to accept that there's casualties on both sides and you just say, well, cost of doing war, or you apply a greater ethical boundary to it. Either way, again, fuck the UK, fuck the UK government, fuck Britain for everything they did to Ireland over 800 fucking years and counting. But also, hey, not poggers of the IRA to be killing innocent civilians. There. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'm done. Let's see.
Yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts summed up.
Okay,
If I haven't
Sam
articulated
Cedar.
them well, then that's my bad, Evan.
Let's put this
shit,
on
it's
screen.
real.
This is exactly the problem with our national defense program. We focus on the Mexicans and leave ourselves entirely vulnerable to the perfidious Mongols. And for those of you who don't know, perfidious, sly, underhanded, lying, cheating, treachery. This is perfidious.
Is this JQ signaling but woke?
Yeah, like this is like, I mean, Jesus Christ.
It's not a good look, Sam.
Comment on that? Probably shouldn't have been said.
Yeah, no, not a good look. No, not at all.
Jack, wait, Mongols? Genghis Khan came back? Oh my god.
I am a dumb American who does not know what the IRA is. The IRA, otherwise known as the Irish Republican Army, was an anti-colonialist force that was formed in in opposition to like the UK doing its shit to Ireland. Long storied history, can't cover it in a single conversation. A lot of people fucking died. A lot of officials were targeted. Civilians got killed. It was a big bloody thing.
Mitre, I do believe he's talking about China. I mean, I guess contextually, right? Watch out, shitty walk. Yes. And somehow they called it the Troubles. Yes, the Troubles, which are returning, by the way, due to Brexit. Good job. Woo! UK with the fucking winning policy on that one.
Yep.
Irish Republicans a lot different from American Republicans. Yeah,
Yes.
just a touch.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Did
Well,
you
if
really,
that's
Cave?
true, Cave? You did a good job then. It fooled me.
Congrats.
You have a future in like fucking over people's careers.
You do know though, Cave, that means that you've just like burned your one. Now I can't trust anything that you tell me. Kai forgives, but he doesn't forget. So from now on, everything you say is going to be taken as a joke.
Yeah.
Everybody gets it in the first place. Doc, how are we supposed to trust he faked it? Fair enough. Somebody cross-check it. I'm from Scotland, so I'm with you on that one. Fuck Brexit. Hey, a pedigree chum. A pedigree chum. Hey, chum. Yes.
March 10th. Okay. Let's see.
Kneecappers Alley in Belfast is being used 100% again. Yeah, I've seen multiple reports coming out of Ireland that, yep, Brexit fucked the Good Friday.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the 10th. Unless he deleted it, which, like, at this point, I'm just not even sure.
Let's see. That is true, Cassidy.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's like my problem, you know. Oh my goodness.
What?
Okay, well, sorry to say this, but. Oof.
Oh shit. Yeah, Cave. I'll tell you, I'm more than willing to undo that ban, but we have to cover our channel's asses on that sort of shit. And that's not something you can openly admit to in chat. Like, that was bad OPSEC on your part, my man. That was terrible OPSEC. give it a few days, give it the weekend, and I'll revisit the topic. But holy shit, that was bad OPSEC.
Yeah, not a good look.
Cassidy, my family's from Northern Ireland.
You know, I'm glad that you just admitted that you're at least willing to admit your bias there, Cassidy.
Fair enough.
You know, I respect the integrity there. But, you know, overall, I would agree. I mean, that's the thing, is it's just... I do want to support them. Like, in principle, anti-colonialism is based as fuck. It's just, you know...
Stop blowing up random civilians and we'd be behind you.
Yeah, pretty much. Like that. Or if it really was like a splinter faction, the rest of y'all should have just fucking gunned them down. It's that simple. The minute you start that's the thing, is that like if I found, like, let's say, like, pop into revolution time. This is hypothetical territory for Twitch TOS. Revolution's going on. We're in the Anarchist faction. There's an ML group that just like fucking gunned down a bunch of liberals because, like, I don't fucking know, social fascism, horseshoe theory bullshit. I would say that it's like the responsibility, like the moral obligation of the rest of the like revolutionary participants to literally just hunt them down and put them down. It's really that simple.
Well, not rad. That's a gross oversimplification.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, exactly, RV. Like this is the thing. Like
It's not clean.
I'm
not saying the IRA is
shit
like
ton of
completely
nuance
at fault.
that,
Yeah.
as Kat said, we have no time to, like, we'd be hit. That's a college course's worth of history right there alone. The Troubles? Are you shitting me? You can make a career out of studying that time period. So, I mean, yeah, we're not going to be able to add or, you know, encapsulate all of that nuance in one go. But, needless to say, what started off as a potentially justified movement did eventually become a position or an operational set that became very difficult to support. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. And this is why I don't mention my hot takes in public.
My dad refit the most bombed shop in Belfast twice, says Moomin. They turned up the last time to fit the shelves, and the place didn't have a roof yet. My family ties to the creation of Sinn Féin are nothing but messy, if nothing else is said. Sure, I've told Kai about it before. My great-uncles were all investigated for it when they tried to join the British Army during World War II. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Sinn Féin is probably one of my favorite things to just say. It's a shame it's attached to such a fight, but Sinn Féin is just a fun... It's got a good mouthfeel for me.
It's a militia.
Yeah. I mean, depending on who you ask, whether it would either be a militia or a terrorist cell.
Yeah.
Just depends on who you're speaking to. But, yeah. Stray, it's a bitch, huh? Stray, maybe
I get used to it.
maybe I should learn some history. Why are there so many significant historical events and groups I've never even heard of before? Like, I don't even know what I don't know. Sinn Féin is the political party or the political arm of the IRA. If you look at it as sort of the IRA is the militant wing, Sinn Féin is the political wing, right? You negotiate with Sinn Féin, you do war with the IRA.
Well, Australia, COVID was kind of that, to be fair.
I mean, ideally.
Yeah, like ideally, that's the like whole point, Sassy.
Yeah. they're at least to act as a supplement, if not an outright replacement, depending on system. Yeah.
Yeah.
As nobody should try to make diplomatic contact with Sinn Féin because of their relationship to those dastardly murderers. I mean, I read your sarcasm. Hello, Smite Knight.
We're just vibing.
But I mean, that's historically how you negotiate with the IRA. You negotiate with Sinn Féin. Getting a little drunk. Rock on. I don't drink alcohol, but I got research chemicals and I got some fucking weed. So, you know,
Dig it.
we'll meet you there. Went to a Sinn Féin bookstore and immediately felt uncomfortable. Maybe people have been killed there before. I don't know. Bad vibe. I mean,
It's not that bad. They're not fucking just like getting people out in the middle of nowhere.
Gringo.
You know, like RV, come on.
Just-
You know, like we know how people like do shit. They're not just, you know, at the end of the day, you got to keep heat off your ass.
Gringo, my opinion on incest. For other people, yeah, I don't care. Just don't breed. That's all I give a shit about. It's very practical. Just don't have kids. So long as you're not popping out babies, I don't give a shit what you do. For myself, I'm good. Thanks. But
Yeah, that's pretty much my position. As
yeah.
long as you're not having kids, you're,
yeah,
you know.
don't go fucking up the
fun.
gene pool for the rest of us, and I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, if you want to bang your sister, I don't give two shits what you do, quite frankly. You guys do you.
Assuming, of course, this is a similar age range and nobody's like consent is
Enthusiastic
being violated
consent, age of consent, all standard disclaimers apply.
here. Yes.
Gringo, I know it wasn't a serious question, but that's why I wanted to answer it. Quite frankly.
Make the family line a family circle.
Oh, well. Smite, well, I mean, we're just coming off of the IRA and the Troubles. Prior to that, we were sort of, Bread Pill had stopped by and we were discussing anarchistic praxis and infighting and differences of ideological opinions within anarchistic circles. But yeah. Gringo, I that's not now. I always thought you were fucking your cousin, but I mean, that's just me. I just assume that about everybody, quite frankly. It's just sort of my thing. Jamie and Cersei did nothing wrong. I'm guessing this is a Game of Thrones reference, which I did not watch. I did not read. Duffy.
Rough.
Only thing I'm
I
fucking is
appreciate
my
the
hand.
honesty.
Stupid COVID. Well, you know, I honestly, your hand, it's just easier sometimes. I gotta tell you, like 9 times out of 10, just rub one out and move on with your life.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, it's a Game of Thrones thing.
Okay. Honestly, I want to learn more about the modern anarchist political theory. I don't know a ton.
Modern is,
you know.
modern is a lot different than, well, I don't want to say a lot, but modern is significantly different than what it would be if you read, like, you know, Bakunin or Kropotkin, for sure.
Yeah.
But
I guess the like more productive question is like, what do you know so far?
yeah, that
if
says,
anything?
you know, if you could give us a little, like, where do we start? Like, do you need a definition of anarchism? That'd be great.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, then you're probably farther along than most people.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, well.
Modern anarchist theory is largely at present, most of the like contemporary anarchist theory is either concerned with activism, organizational activism, or philosophical analysis of our position within the political spectrum vis-a-vis post-leftism. That is, post-leftism is 3 decades old now, and definitely a point of theoretical contention for anarchists. Post-anarchism is a point of contention for anarchists, which is just sort of a way of saying that the anarchism was inside you all along, if I wanted to meme it up. And so that's sort of where contemporary theory is lying right now. Sure, Smite. If you want, like, there's no great books for post-leftism that I can point to. There's a bunch of good essays. But if you want post-anarchism, definitely, there's, Post-Anarchism by Saul Newman is a great starter. If you want some of the philosophy that'll melt your brain, Dwayne Russell, After Post-Anarchism, is another great place to be for that sort of thing. Jason McQuinn and Bob Black would be reading on post-left anarchism. So there you go. I mean, there's stuff that other people, advocate for, but again, I try and keep people away from the philosophers and more with the political activists and actual political science theorists rather than the fucking underpinnings. Like, have you read Baudrillard? Like, who gives a fuck? I'm sorry. Like, well, but what about, fucking, I always fuck the pronunciation, Deleuze or whatever the fuck that douchebag's name is. Yeah. Anarcho-MLP. The Anarchist Tao Te Ching. Yes, hey, fucking William Martin, Bill Martin. Fucking always worth a read. But definitely, not what you're after, probably. But yeah, there's some recommendations for you, Smite.
Yeah.
Jack, anarchism isn't about the end goal. It's about the friends we made on the way. In a very real way, that is true. Rad, Nestor Machno would like to have a word with you. Also, anarchism is more about what is not. That's why there's so much discussion and debate inside the anarchist tent. Yeah, it just depends whose tent you're inhabiting. Nice, I appreciate, man. I'm a graduate history student myself, so I just read a ton. Basically, just a glorified book club. Rock on. Smite, if you ever want to discuss them, swing on through. Happy to discuss them with you. Yeah.
The book is so edgy, Estrella. Okay, look.
Which version? Which version of it, though? That's the thing.
They're both edgy as fuck. I don't care what anyone says.
All right, fair enough. No recipes, though. No, there are recipes, just not for bread. Hey, thank you for the follow, Smite. Yeah, and Gringo wants to know what kind of history, like a specific region, a specific era. What's your shtick, Smite? What kind of historian are you? I've been eating what I made, and my doctor's concerned.
That'll do it.
Oh, all right. No, whatever that is, no. Oh, son of a bitch.
Damn.
I didn't mean to do that to you, Wither, but I was going for something else. And now I just dropped a thing. All right. The F is the cookbook. Oof. Food Not Bombs doesn't apply. Like I said, there was an era of anarchism that we don't talk about too readily.
You won't get an FBI agent knocking on your door, Jax. They'll just start keeping tabs on you.
Yeah, I would recommend using a VPN for that one. A trustworthy VPN.
A good one. Yeah, don't use like some bullshit one that you can like download off an app store easily.
Oh, interesting. Dual field Ottoman Empire and African American slave history. It's a long story. It's a story I would enjoy hearing. Smite.
Dig it.
Fucking Estrella. Yeah, no. Definitely a problem, I guess. I didn't know you were starting a history degree movement.
Oh, cool.
It's not
I
hard.
checked out
Just,
Conquest of Bread and also no recipe for breads.
that's nice. You got it, man. That's honestly not hard. Just tedious. That is not the window I wanted to open. That is the window I wanted to open. Oh, apparently my gift sub to, oh, and somebody gave me another gift sub to Wim TV, whatever the fuck that is. But I gotta get, my gift sub to the Young Turks is expired. Again, never been to the Young Turks channel. Got a gift sub.
That's funny.
Who's the Wim TV? Vibe Tribe Baby, 26-year-old competitive FPS streamer, slathered with a side of variety. Interesting. Well, I have a gift sub to them now. Yeah, for sure, Smite, for sure. Spoken like somebody who has no information technology background.
What, Red Goat?
Goat.
Yeah. Also, private internet access is another one too with her.
Yeah, no, it is PIA. It's been in.
I misread it.
Well, no, you didn't read it. It's fucking. Yeah, it's PIA that's been there twice. The FBI held them up. Australia. I have a killer banana bread one. Rock on. Let's see. I'm doing my BA. First two modules are revolutions in the history of art, and its connection to humanities. I mean, Jesus Christ. Moomin, hey skeptic, as a Brit, I mean, covering a module on revolutions. It's got to be an interesting module. Here's a list of all of the revolutions we've caused. Oh, nice, Cassie. Oh, of course you do, Cassie. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I can only imagine. Number one contributor to national revolution holidays in the world, the British Empire. There it is, PIA. Only VPN to have been hauled before federal court, not once, but twice by the FBI, and both times came out clean. They have nothing to hand over. There is no way for them to ID your traffic. So if you want a VPN that's actually been tested, skeptic. My gastrointestinal system is an absolute nightmare right now.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, Wither just spelled fucking Wither went IPS for PIA. But in technology, an IPS would be an intrusion prevention system. It's a really fancy firewall, just in case, anybody is interested. Thanks, skeptic. I'm working on getting sufficiently high tonight to just, counteract it. If you can't beat it, live with it better. So, yeah. So far, we're 500 milligrams in. I'll wait another, maybe half an hour till I take a 500 mil dose, and we'll see where we land with that one. Then I'll have a baseline for what my metabolism works like with this drug. I mean, this compound. But one of these days, Cat will get access to the drawer that's back there. I can envision Cat just walking into this room. First thing fucking does, just drawer. What the fuck is in here? Everything's in there.
It's See, the thing is that I wouldn't even go for it because I feel like he'd like slap my hand away.
I probably would. I probably would. I'd fucking whip a wooden spoon out of nowhere. You'd just be like, where did that come from?
I'd probably try to break it though.
Let me how it works. I'm interested. I'm interested to try it. Cassidy, I will let you know, and I'll connect with you behind the scenes to facilitate. Because, like I said, I've had the same fucking place for this sort of stuff for years and years and years. And yeah, like I said, fucking they get it to you quick. So, I saw a couple of highlights. Let's see. Did I tell you I tried acid? Rock on. Well, I learned one thing. Humans are so fucking stupid. How did your acid trip go, Skeptic? That's fascinating. This is the only Young Turks video you need to see. Alex Jones crashes the Young Turks.
Oh, I remember when this first happened, actually.
Holy shit, he really does just crash them. Holy shit, I'm gonna watch.
Yeah, no. And it gets heated, too. It gets real heated.
Interesting. All right. I'm interested. Let's do this. All right.
Oh, we're watching it on stream?
Yeah.
Wait, have you not seen this?
No, I haven't seen this.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, this is great.
All right, we're back on the Young Turks. Obviously, a little bit of commotion here as Alex Jones and a guy significantly worse than him entered the stage here.
And they're black.
Point them out.
They're right here to the left. There's change.
What changes in demographics is that he wins white males in such overwhelming numbers that it overcomes every other demographic advantage Hillary has.
Come sit in your lap.
Oh,
How's
Jesus
it going,
Christ. Hey,
man?
Alex Jones, how you
Good to
doing?
see you, man. You looking sexy.
See, that's the wrong reaction. That's the wrong reaction. He had entirely the wrong energy. He should have been up on his feet, but like, Alex, what's up? Happy to see you. Scoot over. Let's make some room for Alex.
All right.
Should have just leaned
How's the
into it.
revolution going? You guys starting the revolution?
We are indeed, Alex. The revolution is afoot. Welcome to the Young Turks.
You know what's wrong with America is not?
I am going to restore American democracy along with progressives and conservatives in this country.
All right. Well, I gotta tell you, I am really, really proud to be here with you. It's good to meet you in person.
I don't think
How are you guys doing?
we're doing okay.
You like all our Hillary for Prison shirts everywhere?
No, I kind of despise it.
What shirts are they? I haven't seen any of them.
You haven't seen? Oh my God! You didn't see me? I don't exist. If you didn't see me,
I'm not.
All right, guys. Okay. Here,
look at this.
let me see.
I got this.
Yeah, Brad. I've never seen this clip. I've never seen this clip, so we're.
It gets better.
Yeah.
It gets better.
Give me 1 sec here, actually. Let me get back to Discord. Okay, Brett, if you want to jump into Discord, I will. Just let me know when you're there.
For you right here. It's rape. It's Bill Clinton that says rape. Oh God, hide that immediately. That's the big no that Roger Stone's banned.
All right,
for.
you want to take my show over? I'll take your show
Sure,
over.
go ahead.
Okay, you know what? Who does this kind of shirt?
He's so
First of all,
sour.
sick guy. Second of
Bill
all,
Clinton's
you
not
know,
a rapist, folks.
No, you know who's accused in
Get
court
her, Stone,
papers.
come on.
You know who's accused in court papers of being a rapist? Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump, Roger Stone. You know that. It's in court papers.
Oh, yeah?
And you're a sick dude, Roger Stone.
Hey, I want to have a rant off with you right now.
You assault me all the time. You never give me a chance to respond.
Oh,
Stone,
yeah, I should give you a
bring him in, bring him
hatchet
in.
job. A job
Bullshit,
to
we'll get the
respond.
mic.
You're a
Come on in.
sick man, Roger
Come on.
Stone.
You're a liar.
Roger,
No,
get in
you're
here.
the world's
Well, get him
biggest
in here.
liar.
Get him in here.
Didn't you admit that you lied about Elliot
Get up here
Spitzer?
right now.
Alex won this. He won this. He won this. He,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
He
It
fucking
gets worse.
broke him.
It gets.
Oh my god. All right, well,
This isn't even the beginning.
turn this down a little bit.
Didn't you already admit that?
You're
you
not
piece
afraid of him,
crap?
are you? You're
a
not
piece
afraid of him.
crap.
Get him in here.
And first of all, Alex, this ain't your fucking show.
I know.
Okay,
No.
and
Oh, so
Roger,
you're afraid to
it
debate
certainly
him?
ain't your fucking
Are you
show.
afraid to debate him?
Okay, afraid? Are you kidding me? No.
Oh my god. This is so bad.
All right.
Roger, yeah, run away.
Roger, don't go. He wants to debate you right now.
I'm not going to debate this guy. You're a hatchet man. I don't know why anyone in the media takes you seriously. All you do is lie. You're known as the biggest liar in media.
Alex is so pleased with himself. Oh my god.
You're the biggest liar in media.
There's nobody watching your show, dude. Don't get too mad. We gotta have a.
All right, well, first of all,
He's actually mad. You're actually really upset.
Hey man, nobody watches you. We know nobody watches you. You need the
Saudi
ratings.
Arabians aren't funny enough. Your little jihad.
hey, first of all, let me explain something, all right? Okay, this is bullshit.
Oh my
Hold on.
god.
I told you it got worse.
All the time.
Oh, really?
We talk about that all the time. You don't know shit. What do you think? The lizard people are in charge?
No.
Is that what you think?
Hey, you're pissed.
Build their birds.
Your ass.
Is that what you
You're
think?
the anti-liberal and you're pissed.
Bullshit.
We're being nice here.
I care about the American people.
Good. You're the one flipping out. Anybody hurt? I ain't not. I'm not going.
Everybody get the fuck off my stage! Get the fuck off my stage!
What the fuck? What a fucking cowardly little bitch. Yeah, get the fuck out. I'm right here. Did you spit in his face? Right here. Did you spit in his face? Right here. Did you spit in his face? So I'm asking you, did you spit in his face?
That's pretty awesome. Hey, I'm rolling mentions if you want to say something.
No, we're just here. I hear the Young Turks want to interview us by one of their people. They bring us over. They say, jump up on stage with him, some guy. And then I get up there and they like spit in my face and attack me. And they're like trying to say we did something wrong. It's crazy.
Still don't like Jimmy Dore though.
Do you know how much of a fucking maniac you have to be to make Alex Jones look like the sane one in the room?
Oh, that was great. I love watching that.
Holy shit. Yeah, no, I had never seen that. That isn't, again, I don't keep up with these people. Dear sweet God.
Dude, it's good content.
Yeah, that was legitimately fun. Angie, I think it was Angie who fucking dropped that, right?
Oh, it's a really old Duffy. That was back when Jimmy Dore was on the fucking Young Turks.
Yeah, Angie, thank you for bringing that to my attention because honestly, that was worth seeing. Oh man,
dude, that's why you keep up with these people. It's good content.
Check this one out.
Oh, which one is it?
This is.
Oh yeah, boy.
Oh, okay. So all I'm gonna say about Charlie Kirk is there is a quiz that you can take online, trying to figure out what the correct size of his face is. And legitimately, most people score in like the 30% range.
That's funny.
His fucked up meme face has completely screwed up how people perceive him. And it legitimately, like, yeah, I think I scored like 32%, something like that. And I was one of the higher scores when we were doing it on Reddit. Like, there's a whole chain of us taking the test. And we're like, I don't know what this fucker's actual face looks like. Thank you, Angie. No, hadn't seen it. All right, so
I love moderate politics.
Let's go over to what is this? This is Politicon. Oh God, I only imagine what kind of shit show that was.
Yeah, you're trying to attack me, which is ridiculous. Like asking me what my salary is. Sure, I'll reveal it willingly.
You brought it up in context. I'm asking,
no,
why don't you live like a socialist?
Okay.
Go live like a
The point is
socialist.
larger. The point is larger than that, Charlie.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank.
guys.
I live as a capitalist. Okay?
Hey.
I live what I believe.
No.
What do? I get charity every single year.
Hold on.
What's my salary? Hold on. Less than this.
You could tell the cameraman had to unlock the mount. Like you could see, see him unlocking the because it was locked off. Like you could just see that, like, oh shit! All right. You're like, oh, I need to follow this, don't I?
Charlie, what are you doing? Take a seat. Psycho?
All right, no. Take a seat. You're gonna take a seat. You're gonna take a seat over here.
Oh my God.
What's my salary?
All right.
Ridiculous. All right, behave, everyone. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I practice what I preach.
Charlie, Charlie.
You do not practice what you preach.
Charlie.
All right, hold on. Last point.
You don't.
And of course, it's a fucking Zizek Peterson video recommended next.
That was. I love that debate. Side note.
I don't even know the point that what's his face? Charlie Kirk was trying to make. Like, you're rich, so you can't be socialist. Was that the point?
Yeah, pretty much.
It was Wither. Is there a con for Anarchist? Yeah, the book fair. It's literally the Bay Area book fair. It's organized and run by anarchists. It is a classic anarchist meetup in this part of the world. Is the book fair. There's also the the Bastard Chronicles, which is the study group. Which is an anarchist study group that also is California based. But yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, Gringo. For fuck sure.
Oh, I gotta find something then.
Oh God, who is this? Oh yeah, I know this one. This one I know. This is Tucker Carlson Swanson, heir to the Swanson fortune. Blowing up at Rutger Bregman, who is an economist who talked mad shit to the Davos billionaire crowd. Yeah. It is. Is this the behind the scenes one?
You jumped the bandwagon.
It is. This is the behind the scenes one because Tucker refused to air most of this interview. Because fucking Rutger just takes him down like 1,000 pegs.
You jumped the bandwagon. You're all like, oh, I'm against the globalist elite, blah, blah, blah. It's not very convincing, to be honest.
Why don't you go yourself, you tiny brain, and I hope this gets picked up. Because you're a moron. I tried to give you a hearing, but you were too annoying for me.
You can't handle the criticism, can you?
We gotta be talking about Texas. That's it. Texas. All the rest is bullshit, in my opinion.
I mean, it feels like I'm at a firefighters conference, and no one's allowed to speak about water. That's one of the great moments, maybe the great moment in Davos history. Rutger Bregman is the author of Utopia for Realists, and he joins us now. Mr. Bregman, I can't stop laughing just listening to that. And part of it makes me wonder, are you the first person ever to note that people are flying private to talk about global warming and that none of them mention tax avoidance? Has anyone ever said that before at Davos that you know of?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on Davos history, but it is a bit hypocritical, isn't it?
Dealer's choice, Gringo. You pick.
And others have noted that. We've noted it on this show. We've just never gone to Davos and said it out loud as you did. So if I was wearing a hat, I would take it off to you. What response did you get?
I mean, they were not very happy with me, but I'm just I think, a random Dutch historian who's basically saying whatever around the globe is thinking.
I have seen this one.
You know, the vast majority of Americans, for years and years now, according to the polls, including Fox News viewers and including Republicans, are in favor of higher taxes on the rich. You know, higher inheritance taxes, higher top marginal tax rates, higher wealth taxes. It's all really mainstream. But no one's saying that at Davos, just as no one's saying it on Fox News, right? And I think the explanation for that is quite simple, is that most of the people in Davos, but also here on this channel, have been bought by the billionaire class. You know, you're not meant to say these things. So I just went there and I thought, you know what, I'm just going to say it, just as I'm saying it right here on this channel.
Well, what was interesting, I thought, about what you said was you noted something. I mean, many people have called for higher taxes, but very few.
Well, not on this channel, is it? I mean, almost all of the pundits on this channel for years have been against higher taxes, right? Even though the vast majority of Americans is in favor of it.
I mean, I don't know. It would be interesting to know how many hours of Fox you've watched, but I'm interested in what you said about tax avoidance. So,
yeah.
I mean, just because someone faces a specific tax rate does not mean that person pays that tax rate at all. I don't think Netflix, for example, paid any taxes last at all. So what would you do?
Just FYI, if you have a subscription or you pay for Zoom Premium or whatever their fucking thing is, you're paying more for their subscription than they pay in taxes. They paid literally nothing. Just FYI.
Specifically to make certain that this class of people pays what they're supposed to pay?
Well, it's about multiple things. So we should really crack down on tax paradises and on tax avoidance. That's a major issue. But it's also about having higher taxes. So in the 1950s, for example, in the 1960s, in the golden age of capitalism, as historians called it, we had top marginal tax rate for the very rich of about, 70, 80, 90%. Actually under Eisenhower, the Republican president. And this was also, one of the best periods in American history. Same is true for the UK and the rest of Europe. So as a historian, for me, it's all not, it's really not rocket science. We should just go back to simple and straightforward solutions from the past.
Right, but this country was sustained, and since you're a historian, I guess you would know this, sustained by an industrial economy at the time that was broad and deep. That created a middle class. That doesn't exist anymore. So it's an entirely different economy. I wish it did exist.
Oh, well, but that's not...
Bullshit.
That's not really the issue. I mean,
work the same way with an entirely different economy?
Well, I think it would. I mean, America is still pretty much the most powerful country in the world, right? So if it really would want to, it could easily crack down on tax paradises. But the thing is, I mean, you guys have brought into power a president that doesn't even want to show its own tax returns. I mean, who knows how many billions he has hidden in the Cayman Islands or in Bermuda. So I think the issue really is one of corruption and of people being bribed and of not being, not talking about the real issues. What the family, what the Murdochs basically want you to do is to scapegoat immigrants instead of talking about tax avoidance. So I'm glad you're now finally raising the issue, but that's what been happening for the past couple of years.
And I'm taking orders from the Murdochs. Is that what you're saying?
Baited him right out.
No, I mean, it doesn't work that directly, but I mean, you've
beautiful
been part
work.
of the Cato Institute, right? You've been a senior fellow there for years. You've been taking their dirty money. They're funded by cock billionaires,
Wait, why don't you tell me how it does work?
He's just trying.
It works by you taking their dirty money. It's as easy as that. I mean, you are a millionaire funded by billionaires. That's what you are. And I'm glad you now finally jumped the bandwagon, of people like Bernie Sanders and AOC. But you're not part of the solution, Mr. Carlson. You're part of the problem, actually.
AOC, wait, but can I just say, and
it's true, right? It's true, right? That all the anchors on Fox, they're all millionaires. How is this possible? Well, it's very easy. You're just not talking about certain things.
Fox doesn't even play where you are.
It doesn't play where you are? Well, have you heard of the internet? I can watch things whatever I want, I have, actually. I can't say I'm a great fan of your show, but I do my homework when you invite me on your show. So, I mean, you're probably not going to air this, but I went to Davos to speak truth to power, and I'm doing exactly the same thing.
He did not air it. He called him on that one.
You might not like it, but you're a millionaire funded by billionaires, and that's the reason why you're not talking about these issues.
But I am talking about these issues.
Yeah, only now. Come on, you jumped the bandwagon. You're all like, oh, I'm against the globalist elite, blah, blah, blah. It's not very convincing, to be honest.
Why don't you go yourself, tiny brain, and I hope this gets picked up, because you're a moron. I tried to give you a hearing, but you were too annoying for me.
You can't handle the criticism, can you?
There's a war on alternative media. There's a war where they're trying to criminalize political...
Oh, Tucker. Oh, Tucker. Poor little Tucker.
Classic.
Yeah, I've seen that one before. I saw Rutger when he spoke truth to power at Davos, actually, and then the subsequent fucking firestorm that lit the world over that made him somewhat of an actual name. Let's see. All right. So cat going for the memes.
Yeah, boy.
Opportunity cost of moving.
This is Vosh. Vosh and Destiny's son stares out his bedroom window while they argue downstairs.
You would say this. The opportunity cost of moving is substantial. It's not just the first and last month you put down as deposit.
College student world.
What the fuck? You don't know Destiny. You don't know anything about me.
Mr. Mommy and Daddy paid for your school. I promise you I know more than you about this, okay?
Then respond to the fucking arguments rather than characterizing what I have to say. The first and last month's rent deposit, the actual cost of moving, the opportunity cost of leaving your job. These are huge institutional barriers that you don't give a fuck about because you're so triggered by the left.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that's a classic.
All right. So this was how did that not? All right, there we go. All right.
I thought that would trigger more people.
So this was AJ catching a cup of coffee. I remember this one too.
Come on over here. Come on over here. No, you put me off.
Classic.
Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
Look at that Chad running for him.
No, you fuck off. I am fucking off. Hey, fuck you. Fuck you. Coward.
Peter Plet. Fucking thank you for stopping by. Catch you another time. I mean, follow the channel. I'm on 5 days a week. So, but sleep well. Take care of yourself.
Yeah. You know something? I'm not afraid of you people. You got something to say? Say it. You have nothing intellectual. I said fuck you. Yeah, because you're an intellectual dumbass who watches mainstream media. Hey, come tell me on camera. Come here, coward. Come here, coward. Right here on camera. Right here. Tell people intellectually who you are.
Intellectually who I am?
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm your mama.
Yeah, can't even talk. Look at you. This is what they've turned the people into. This is it right here. Literal slave of the system. See that? That's who they are. Look at this slave. That was great. Come on, hit me. Go ahead. I know. I'm trying because you're brainwashed. This is the brainwashing.
Where they have more coffee.
This is the brainwashing. You see? And I'm proud of this because this is who they are. I've deliberately. That's why.
God.
Oh, AJ.
I wonder how much money he makes off of this shit.
A lot.
I mean, I know it's a lot, but I mean,
he didn't. The show made a certain amount, but what the shtick was just a hook into the selling of the merch and the other like supplements and the male vitality and shit like that.
Right.
I love the side by side comparison where it's like him and then it's him again with a tan.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the fucking before and after for the product, and you're just like, it's not even tan. He's red. Like, it's not even a tan proper. You're just like, let's see. Let's see if I can find that photo really quickly. Because it is, yeah, there it is. How is that? That is the second time that has done that. All right. This is Alex Jones before and after his male vitality serum or whatever the fuck he's talking about.
He just got more red.
Yeah. And there's the thing is there is a meme version of this.
Turn into a lobster.
Oh no, that's the most cursed crossover of fucking Jordan Peterson and Alex Jones ever met. That's the darkest timeline.
Food coloring does water. Sassy, I like Friday Fun Day. Yes. It's been a long week. I've been in a lot of pain this week, so fucking we're running a community show this week or today. Let's see. Why would you waste coffee on anyone? That's fair, MPT. It's dragged across a high gravel path.
his own pocket.
Yeah.
I still refer to him as Dodgy Dave.
I order the honourable member to withdraw
Oh, I miss him too.
immediately from the
Order.
House for the remainder of this day's sitting.
He was fun.
Is my honourable friend aware that in the 70s and in a lot of the 80s, we would have thanked our lucky stars in the coalfield areas to have got a growth of 1.75%. The only thing that was growing then were the lines of coke in front of Boy George and the rest of the
Order. There seems to be a trend with the Honourable Jet. He must withdraw that remark.
That was in the news of
Order.
It then prompts
You have to withdraw that remark. It was in the news of the world. Fucking, I'm not recanting shit.
gentleman from
That's funny.
Bolsover to turn around to me and call me a piece of shit. Mr. Speaker.
I love that they censor the fucking subtitles.
But not the audio.
But not the audio.
That's great.
Oh.
He then went on to defend that, telling a journalist that he was just putting me in my place.
To all those people that stick a camera in your face every day of the week as you
MPT,
enter
nice.
this building, tell them we'll do what the private sector do. We'll borrow the money. Thank you very much.
Does this dude labor?
What?
Does this dude labor?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, to be perfectly honest, but we can.
That'd be like Omega based.
Labor, yep.
Ah, that's our boys.
Let's see. Is it TOS to say you should react to the Key and Peele Black Republican such? No, it's not TOS, but there's no way I don't catch a strike for it. I've aired a Key and Peele sketch before, and it gets caught.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Yeah. Hey, Boom.
Whether she intends to continue her own personal fight against a single currency and an independent central bank when she leaves office.
No, she's going to be the governor.
God.
They wouldn't be allowed with her.
Isn't it essential in any prelude to a war to be sure of your allies and to be sure of the objectives? Isn't it a fact that Turkey has been buying oil from ISIL? They used Turkish trucks to store it. They've been bombing the Kurds, and the Kurds are fighting ISIL. They shot down a Russian jet, even though Russia is wanting to fight ISIL.
Can't imagine why that
He
clip
has
made
got
it
an
into this
objective
reel.
To get rid of Assad. A Russian ally has got the opposite objective. What a crazy war. Enemies to the right of us, enemies to the left of it. Keep out. And then at the very end, to refer to the fact that, well, that's, you've heard from the beast of Bolsover, the man who is still waiting for Jeremy Corbyn to call him, which was totally and utterly untrue. So I told her she was acting like Murdoch, even though she was working for the BBC.
Blimey, you must be hell to live with. He must be hell to live with, Mr. Speaker. Not Mr. Speaker, clearly. The honourable gentleman must be hell to live with.
Yeah, we don't have them like that over here. Who sent this? Oh, this is Boom. Boom sent this one. The geographical limit between Balkan and Central Europe. This is a young Zizek.
Angry Zizek?
We can begin. Okay. Now,
What you see here is, at least in summer or in the fall, one of the nicest views of Ljubljana. It looks like Paris, green leaves, etc. On both sides, nice old houses, nothing special. But you are wrong. This river here is the official geographical limit between Balkan and Middle Europa. So beware. On the other side, horror, Oriental despotism, women get beaten, get raped, and like it. On this side, Europe, civilization, women get beaten and raped, but don't like it. So, Balkan, Middle Europa, don't forget it.
Zizek, everyone. What do you want?
Yeah, boy.
What do you want from him? And also always coked out of his skull.
He's so interesting. Like, I don't even know how to argue against him because a lot of the time his arguments, like, it's just difficult to follow because he like gives like jokes and anecdotes within it.
I just meme on his ass. I have one thing I always go back to when somebody asks me about Zizek is just, oh, did Noam Chomsky say something new? Because that's his entire fucking career, is just waiting for Noam Chomsky to say something and then yelling about it for 2 hours. That's it. That's Zizek. Whatever Chomsky has said, he's taking the opposite opinion. Well, Coke will do that to you, RV. He maintains that he is not a cokehead, but you know, no. That's my opinion on that matter. But yeah. All right, where is my? There it is. All right, cool.
Can't remember what we were talking about before I left.
We were talking about Slavoj Žižek doing cocaine. That's 100% what we were talking about before you left.
Yeah, boy.
But yeah, no. Yeah, we covered a bit of ground. Were you here? I don't transcribe during streams. Like, my memory just doesn't transcribe. Were you here for the IRA stuff?
No, I was gone for like 30 minutes.
All right, so yeah, the IRA stuff was happening in chat while you and I were conversing, and then that kicked off. And then after that, exactly, Wither. And then we just sort of got a little loose.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
I remember, okay, so we said left unity is a meme, which I agree with. And then, you know, anarcho-puritists. I think that was about it.
Yeah, Puritopians is the word we Puritopians is the word I like. I forget. It's one of the community members that came up with that one. But yeah, that's my preferred term for those idiots. But yeah, so what are you gonna do with your Friday night?
I don't know. I might make some dinner later. I don't know. I don't have a lot going right now.
Can't imagine why. MPT. A Puritopian is specifically it's a person who applies a binary state to their ideology. More specifically around these parts, it's usually used for anarchists, fellow anarchists, who believe not in compromise, that are not pragmatic in their ideological implementations, that believe it is an all or nothing binary system, and that any compromises made rules you out of being an anarchist, and that there is no way to achieve any anarchist goal outside of X, Y, and Z very strict limits. These are Puritopians. They're fundamentalist anarchists.
I've got a good example. So, for example, worker co-ops are good. They're better than privately owned companies. But someone who pure utopian might say, well, it's still operating within capitalism.
Yep.
So it's really not good enough. So it's not worth even trying.
Yep. They are people who eschew progress in the pursuit of perfection, and they are not allies. If you don't understand by the age of, I don't know, 20, I'm willing to be generous here. I mean, honestly, I'd like to say 14, but if you don't understand by the age of 20 that life is a game of inches, not miles, then I don't know what to say to you, right? If you're willing to turn your nose up at any progress because it's not the end goal that you envision, then you're counterproductive to what we're attempting to do. These are pure utopians.
I think it's also important to say it's not the same as like opportunism, right? Or anything like that. Now, I have noticed this also with some people on the left. It's all about optics, and I agree with that to some extent. Like, you want to be able to convince people, but for some leftists, it's like if a majority of people don't already support it, then we shouldn't support it because it's unpopular. But I disagree with that. I would say if your position's unpopular, but you actually believe in it, well, then you just need to do the work of convincing the public that it's something that's worth doing.
Yeah, I mean, within reason, but yes. Just thinking of some really shitty ideologies out there. And Duffy, I would love to see that happen with Chomsky. That would be fucking hilarious if Chomsky just took a take on something opposite to his position, wait for Zizek to talk shit, and then publish the paper agreeing with him just to fuck with his world.
Right.
Let's see. I've always wondered why commie/ANCAP people don't just go get some land and make a commune and ignore the outside world. Well, ANCAPs, okay, one, you already got corrected by the bot. Fucking it's scripted. I have the bot set up to fix that shit. You mean neo-feudalist? Commies do. There's actually a fair amount of communes in this world. And not all of them are run by commies either, by the way. Tells me a lot when people use that terminology, but hey, they were communitarians. They weren't ANCAPs. Rad. They operated communitarian under communitarianism for their compound. They didn't engage in capitalism as a unit. They weren't at all ANCAPs. They were separatists. They were communitarians. They were a whole bunch of stuff. They were end times fundamentalists. But what they weren't were ANCAPs, and AKA neo-feudalists. Neo-feudalists would engage with the system. Neo-feudalists would attempt to create more capitalism. That's their shtick, is if only we got rid of all of these governmental regulations and let capitalism live its best life, then the true utopia would be upon us. If only we let our masters not be Joe Biden, but instead let it be Elon Musk. That's it. They completely are deluded into believing that the capitalistic model will free them, even though it is a hierarchical, oppressive, coercive, exploitative system.
It's very strange too, because they will defend actually existing capitalism when we're talking about the benefits, but whenever it's something that's bad that happens with capitalism, oh, that's crony capitalism. That's not really capitalism.
It's the economic ideal. In economics, that's what's referred to as the ideal. Basically, there is these points on a spectrum that cannot be fundamentally achieved, be it communism, be it capitalism. The truest, purest theoretical form of it is referred to as the ideal. You never achieve the ideal. Realistically, what is achieved is a mixed form, period. What we refer to as capitalism or communism is the predominantly defined system, we operate under predominantly defined capitalism. But we do have some social programs that, you know, we do have some things that aren't owned by private entities. We do have trappings that aren't purely capitalism. But yeah, that's the pseudo statement, the bad faith inorganic cover, as I like to call it, that these fuckers try to adopt.
One time I asked one of them, like, hey, could you give me some examples of anything close to a kind of ANCAP society? And they told me medieval, I think it was like medieval Iceland.
Feudalism.
Or something. And I was like, could you tell me why I would want to live in medieval Iceland?
Because strong fucking win. They have nothing. They have nothing.
Yeah.
They just it's the temporarily embarrassed millionaire complex of Americans writ large, right? Like they envision themselves as Elon Musk's right-hand man. What they don't understand is that they'll be working for the company store in the company town, paying with company scrip, and they're going to be the indentured servant, not the person running it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's the same thing with tankies. Whenever they discuss like what they want to do, it's like, oh, so you think you're going to be the central planner rather than like, you know, someone who is basically just doing the same thing you're doing now, except, you know, the state's your boss.
Exactly. Carrot and stick capitalist. So what's a left anarchist end goal? Well, an anarchist across the board, MPT. Pill and I were discussing this earlier. There is no end goal. It's not how anarchism works. Anarchism isn't prefigurative. There is no project of projects, as anarchists are prone to saying. If I create, if we evolve a system in which individuals have true and proper autonomy and create reciprocal relationships of free associated individuals forming mutual aid networks and affinity groups, right? There's no way for me to define how that is going to be. It would be authoritarian for me to even attempt it. And so there is no end state goal for anarchists other than to achieve a collapsing down of unjust hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms in society and the dismantling and replacement thereof. So that would be the end goal for anarchists, is to create more hierarchical or horizontal organizational structure in this world and to dismantle and replace unjust power dynamics wherever they may exist. That probably would be the end goal. And hey there, Redneck.
I would say just in general, everyone is free. Put it simply.
Meat Toad, yes. No, it's very much the old coal towns. Yeah. That's exactly the model that Musk wants on Mars. It's a whole fucking, it's absolutely batshit insane. I can't believe it is 2021. And like, I mean, I came up, like, for those of you who don't know, I'm almost 40. For me to have to fight this fight in 2021, like, it's weird. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're fighting against company towns now. Like, that's how far back we've rolled. Like
on Mars.
Yeah, like the amount of like just devolution that has occurred in my lifetime, the amount of ground we've lost, that we're having to, like, you know, we're actually having to fight against company towns again. And not even on Mars. Like, are you familiar with the Nevada thing?
Personally, no.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I live in Las Vegas. And our governor has launched this, like, proposal that if you can buy up something like 35 square miles of land, drop $250 million up front, and over a decade, an additional $750 million, you can have your own company town. The judges, the councilship, the educational programs, the schools, all of it can be under company control. Yeah, so not even Mars. Like, we're doing this in Nevada.
Yeah, I think even out here in California, like, I mean, some of the like suburbs of San Jose are like basically Google company towns already. Like more or less.
Oh, I love that. Rad, that is my favorite thing that people say to me. Once you're 40, you'll know the error of your ways. It happened to me. I love that statement. I've always adored that statement. It is the most deluded, ill-informed statement to probably ever grace my life. Don't worry, once you hit 18, you'll change your mind. Oh, don't worry, once you're out of school, you'll change your mind. Oh, don't worry, once you own your own business, you'll change your mind. Oh, don't worry, once you hit 30, you'll change your... Oh, don't worry, once you have... Do you know how many people have made that statement to me in my lifetime? So many. And do you know how many were wrong? All of them. It is the most hubris-filled statement to say to somebody that just because of an arbitrary age that you have created in your own mind, their philosophies or ideologies will pivot on a dime because of that. I have become more of an anarchist as I get older. That's it. Like, I started not knowing. I started in activism and on the ground, and I knew what I wanted to do, right? Like, even before then, like I've talked about it before, I was like age 4 riding in my mom's car singing along to like Arlo Guthrie and shit like that. Like, I had no idea the underpinnings that were the seeds that were being sown at the time. It took me a lot of years to realize. Then coming up in IT and, being sort of gray hat territory, but also understanding the technology and understanding how distributed topological, network implementation and cybernetic theory actually applies to political science, these sorts of things, coming up through all of that. And then, the punk scene and getting into all of this sort of stuff as a teenager, and then, late teens, early 20s, getting involved and being, then Occupy organizer and stuff like that. And then, by mid 20s, late 20s, I'm like, I should probably have the underpinnings for this so I can actually argue it. And then spending a decade studying anarchism, right? Like, oh, don't worry, 2 more years and you'll turn your back on the last 35 years worth of progress that you've made. Oh yeah, that's definitely how that's gonna go. The level of hubris that it takes for someone to make that kind of declarative statement about somebody else's life, I always find fascinating. Let's just put it that way. But hey,
I just don't know how other political ideologies could be suited to meet the challenges of the moment, of climate crisis, like looming over us, of, the rising levels of inequality, just so many other things as well.
I mean, that's the thing, is historically there is tipping points that people reach, that a people reach, I should say. And when they when it happens, then, well, shit gets interesting sometimes. Have you heard of puck or puckarks? No. No, I haven't, but I'm looking it up. The person, am I looking at Twitter here? Because there is a puckarks on Twitter. But yeah. Let's see. I think the disconnect between libertarians and anarchists is a definition of capitalism. No. We can call it what you want, but the system you're talking about with free exchange sounds like what most libertarians want. No. You're talking about exchange of goods and services. Free association is not the market solution. This is the thing. You could have market socialism, or you could have non-market socialism, or you could have communitarian, or you could have common resource pools. All of this is on the table over on the, for it. But libertarians want capitalism. That's what they want. They want capitalism, or at least neo-libertarians, North American libertarians. Classical libertarians are just anarchists, but they don't exist in North America. That's not a thing here. Like, if somebody used libertarian in Germany, I'd have to question them about what they mean by libertarian. But if somebody says libertarian in America, I know what they mean. It's somebody who's unironically standing for Daddy Bezos.
I've noticed some ANCAPs, what they like about capitalism is markets. And then I'm like, okay, well, what do you like about markets? Or when did markets emerge? Because, you know, what I'm gesturing at is that markets historically emerged due to state compulsion to them. Before that, often, like, economies were just very communal based. So you kind of have to force people to break those social bonds. But then for whatever reason, they think like markets have existed since like the dawn of civilization. Like some of them have even argued with me that hunter-gatherers had markets. Like what?
That's an interesting position to try and argue. Like,
I mean,
I'd love to hear that argument, like, just so I could have a good chuckle. Like,
yeah,
you know, it's pretty common to take your wares down and sell them at the market as a hunter-gatherer tribe. Yeah.
Like, if that's totally the definition, then it's vacuous. I don't even know what you're arguing for at that point.
Let's see. Oh, Lucy, it's been a while since I've been active, though. Know that. It's been... Well, I mean, it's been 15 plus years. Let's just put it that way. Oh, I love that. I don't like how Bezos spends his money, but the guy started his company in his garage with a couple of small loans from friends and family. His father gave him $300,000. Just, you know, this and that. Just, you know, the odd six-figure influx of cash from your family and your friends. Just like, you know, Bill Gates, just a little upstart, you know, with a little help from his mom, who happened to be on the board of directors of United Way with one of the directors of IBM at the time. Or, you know, Warren Buffett, just crafty motherfucker who happened to get a personal tour of the New York Stock Exchange at the behest of his father, a congressman. Who's the guy who gave him the tour again? Oh, that's right. The president of the New York Stock Exchange gave him that tour. Interesting. You know, just like Elon Musk, who just, you know, again, just a random upstart in his garage who happened to have emeralds in his pockets, literally from his father's South African apartheid gem mine. The myth of the self-made billionaire is a myth. Stop idolizing these people. Oh, I went cat.
Also, this person asked, how do you stop that if you're not going to restrict it with government? Well, I have to ask, in the absence of government, where are they getting this money? Because
Cat, sleep well. Take care of yourself. Let's see. Oh, Duffy. Let's see. All right, cool. Just want to catch up on that. No, it's oftentimes this mythology that we've created or has been created. We weren't as active in that. We didn't have as active of a role as a society as we'd like to think we did in the creation of that mythology. The billionaires and the rentier class most assuredly had a hand in the creation of that mythology, attempting to dissuade people, to convince them that there is actual mobility between the classes in our society. That if
Yeah,
you
I mean,
if you try hard enough,
Just hegemonic ideology.
yeah.
I mean, literally, I mean, in my own experience of going through school, I remember being all the way in like kindergarten. It asked me like, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" Like that was one of the first things we did in school. So it's like so this is just conditioning for me to be a worker eventually.
Oh, and Swede is Swede is a dual economist finance guy. With like Swede swings big dick in that arena. Let's just put it that way.
Oh yeah, I agree that currencies could exist outside of government. I just don't know how people would accumulate the vast amounts of wealth in the absence of, state printed money itself, which seems like particularly well suited to accumulate just massive amounts of wealth. Whereas something like a kind of medium exchange based on like actual labor, well, then they would have to do actual labor.
and might I point out that we are past the point of, I mean, here's the thing. Do you want China implementing a digital currency? No. Do you want an anarchistically organized society to do it? Yeah. Right? Like, here's the thing. Like, we can definitely bring a lot of this. And this is where anarchists get bogged down. And this is where I'm happy to be, a technologist from the word go. Age 4, my mom put me in front of a mainframe terminal. I've been in technology my entire life. Hackers are fucking uber anarchistic, right? Like coders are super anarchistic. Like this is what GNU and MIT Creative Commons BSD licensing sets are about, is this sort of communalism. And so sans a power, sans an oppressive power dynamic, then you could implement a whole host of technologies that could not only fundamentally overhaul how you exchange goods and services, but also could automate it and bring equality and equity to that system. It wouldn't be terribly difficult to do, quite frankly. And it's just a matter of you have to take that into account when implementing that system. That's all. Guys, thoughts on vivisection and testing on animals? Okay, vivisection is fucked up. Here's where a lot of leftists of the fucking ALF crew would probably like bomb my house. There's an old Lewis Black bit about if hooking a monkey up to a car battery will cure cancer. I got two things to say to you. Red's positive, black is negative. Right? Like this is a cost benefit analysis for me. Do I want animals to suffer? No. Do I think that we should be needlessly torturing animals by dropping makeup into their eyeballs and shit just for our vanity? No. Do I also understand that there is more nuance to it than that, and that there are actual realms where animal testing is utilized for the betterment of man and to reduce suffering of our fellow human beings? Yes, I do. And I would like to minimize the role of animals if we can. I would like to minimize their suffering. I would like to, provide them with as much of a wholesome life as possible. But at the end of the day, team people. That's the way it goes. Yeah.
Such a difficult question too, because some animals are not similar enough to humans. So if we're testing on them, it really doesn't have benefit for us. But then, if we're testing on humans, the question is which humans. And I have negative feelings about that. I don't think it'll be the most privileged people in society.
No, it's either like Redneck suggested, convicts on death row, or it'll be undergrad students. It'll be broke undergrad students. Because that's another thing people don't talk about a whole lot. is how much fucked up testing happens on college students.
Yeah. You know, the Unabomber, he was literally tested on, like, psychologically at Harvard in the CIA, like MK Ultra, which, you know, when you first tell people about that, they think you're the conspiracy theorist, even though the government admitted to all of this.
I have a piece of that that I keep around. That is the explanation of what happened to Ted Kaczynski. It is the full essay on what they did to him. And yeah, they took the goal of the program was to take somebody that they saw as the most holistic, good, like lawful good, if you want to use your D&D orientation chart on this one, right? Like the most lawful good person they could land their hands on and turn him into chaotic evil. And they succeeded. It is a fascinating story to look into. And yeah, they broke him. They set out to break him, and they broke him.
Yeah. What's also scary too is, you know, when he wrote the manifesto and sent it into the New York Times, and of course they have like a team of people, you know, analyzing every word of it to see if he's like mentally insane or not. You know, a lot of these psychiatrists said, no, this is actually like an incredibly insightful work. And, you know, these are people who are already like, you know, biased against him, who would probably want to find him insane just to find some reason for why he did what he did.
Let's see. Try to find, let's see, there we go. Let me try and find it, because I do keep it around, even though I really don't like to talk, but yeah, if you read, okay, so it's Industrial Society and Its Future is the name of the piece, by the way, if you're not familiar. But yeah, they literally, okay, so at the start of the Cold War, Henry Murray developed a personality profiling test to crack Soviet spies with psychological warfare and select which U.S. spies were to be ready to be sent out in the field. As part of Project MK Ultra, he began experimenting on Harvard sophomores. He set one student as the control after he proved to be completely predictable conformist. His code name in the program was Lawful. This was literally Ted Kaczynski's code name in the program. Lawful. Wow. Long story short, the latter half of the experiment involved having the student prepare an essay on his core beliefs as a person for a friendly debate. Instead, Murray had an aggressive interrogator come in and tear his beliefs into pieces, mocking everything he stood for and systematically picking apart every line in the essay to see what it took to get him to react. But he didn't. It just broke him. It made him a mess of a person, left him having to pull his whole life back together. He graduated, but then turned in his degree a couple years later and moved into the woods where he lived for decades. In all that time, he kept writing his essay, and slowly he became so sure of his beliefs, so convinced that they were right, that he thought if the nation didn't read it, we'd be irreparably lost as a society. So he set out to make sure that everyone heard what he had to say, and sure enough, Lawful's Industrial Society and Its Future has become one of the most well-known essays written in the last century. In fact, you've probably read some of it, although you know it better as the Unabomber Manifesto. Yeah. It is. It's scarily accurate. It is. If you look it up on Goodreads, it's reviewed well. It is really MPTGL. Thank you for the follow. It is actually fascinating to go through it because it's well put together. It's not illogical, and the next thing you reach the end and you're like, this is the Unabomber Manifesto. Like, this is terrifying. Like, to try and rectify that in your mind, that, like, this is the dude who sent pipe bombs all over the place. And this is not the insane ramblings of a madman. This is a coherent essay about the nature and potential devolution and evolution of our society. And it leaves a lot of people. You read, like, go read the reviews on Goodreads. People are really conflicted. They're like, this makes a lot of fucking sense. It's a fucking weird thing. Either way. Let's see. Most lefties hate me, and you people are chill, and I like to be exposed to people outside my echo chamber and are insane calling me racist after 5 seconds. You didn't say anything that I could have even possibly inferred. Shalimi, you've been on a fucking weird roll. Nothing too far out of the ordinary, but I mean, unacceptable. That's what I would probably want to go with. If I read New Zealand Shooters Manifesto, what I think? I haven't read that one actually, because that was just like the racist screeds of like.
Oh yeah, it's just dribble.
Yeah, like this isn't even in the same realm of Manifesto. Like that's not something I would bother with. Yeah, Ted Kaczynski's a whole other ball game. Like it's, again, he knew what needed saying. He just didn't know how to get people's attention. And unfortunately, due to the damage done by literally the MK Ultra program, he reacted in all of the wrong ways.
Yeah. Honestly, his work reminds me a lot of like Lewis Mumford and, you know, The Myth of the Machine. Like some similarities are really, really strange.
Fair enough, MPT. Yeah, I like I said. Sassy. He was by the time they got done with him. He didn't start that way. They broke him. That's the thing. He was the most, like, by all accounts, going into college, he was totally, like, he was the definition of stable and reasonable and like an upstanding citizen. They broke him. Yeah, those bombings aren't on Ted Kaczynski. They're on the United States government and Harvard, by the way, for even allowing that program to run on their campus. That's, yeah, that at a certain point, responsibility lies with somebody else on that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, he was like 16, right? When he got, the guy was, again, I mean, feel free to read it. Industrial Society and Its Future. And, you know, just don't go fucking bombing shit after you read it. That's all. Like, but he did. He made a lot of good points. But, you know, like I said, he just didn't know what to do with it. How many did he? I'm just looking it up now. 3 killed, 23 injured. Jesus Christ. Is he still alive? Yes, he is. Kaczynski is still alive. Yeah. Harvard, University of Michigan, PhD programs. I mean, it looks like he's serving 8 consecutive life sentences without possibility of parole. And yeah, he was a mathematics professor. That was his shtick. Yeah, no, he did work at Berkeley too, I think, right? Yeah, he worked at Berkeley. They should let Ted stream once a month on a Saturday. I would watch that. Are you shitting me? Fucking, I mean, I can only imagine what prison has done to him.
Someone in the chat mentioned DMT. Now, I know within the project MK Ultra they tested DMT on people. I don't know about Ted Kaczynski specifically. I mean, I would be interested if there's evidence specifically that talks about that.
They tried. Oh, dude, I have a list. Psilocybin, bufotenin, scolopamine, DMT, amphetamines, barbiturates, cannabis, and cocaine were on the list that they trialed for MK Ultra. Yeah. They tried a lot, and I mean, most of them didn't work. Most of them were consciousness expanding drugs. Most of them were entheogens.
Right.
So, you know, it's like, hey, you know, fucking what happens? It's like what was the fucking Seth Rogen movie? Pineapple Express.
Right.
It's like that intro scene, like, you know, we were trying to make a better soldier and you get them fucking high on weed. Like, this is not how you go about this, boys and girls.
Yeah, DMT is like the opposite of, or any psychedelic really.
Yeah.
It's the opposite of mind control.
I just went and had a conversation with God in the universe and was one with all of existence throughout all time and space. And you want me to become what? A sleeper agent assassin? Yeah, that's not on the plans. That's not gonna work. Yeah, it was not a good decision on their part. Let's just put it that way. What's your experience, Pill, in this arena?
Haven't tried DMT, but psychedelics probably half a dozen times. I have to say, it's definitely world expanding. It's hard to put it into words, but I wouldn't recommend it to everyone. And I think a lot of people, when they try them for the first time, they're like, oh, everyone needs to try this. If everyone just did this, then the world would be perfect, right? But unfortunately, a lot of people have underlying shit going on that if they did take it, there's no guarantee that they would have a good time. It's not even about having a good time, but just, you know, there's no guarantee that it would actually help them heal trauma, which I think is actually a huge part of the experience.
Goat, you don't actually join those programs intentionally. Under what pretext did they get them to join? All sorts of things. But it was always a pretext. It was never outright like, this is what you're participating in. Oftentimes they were like undergrad research projects and shit like that, where, you know, they'd take an intern or an undergrad student, or they would pick up homeless people off the street, or they would use soldiers who are already signed on board, that sorts of things. It was never like, hey, we're about to fuck your mind over. This is the entire point of the part. No, it was never. It was always that sort of thing. And let's see. Okay, I don't need to read that. All right, but yeah, I am an advocate for psychedelic usage, except, okay, so minor exceptions. There are some people who have underlying mental health disorders or conditions that should that are contraindicated for psychedelic usage, but that is not a universal rule. This is very much know thyself territory. But with that exclusion stated, I am for 100% experience in this arena. I liken it to going to the grave and not having had sex just once, right? Like, this is a fundamental human experience that I think most people should experience. And
Right. I don't mean to fearmonger at all.
Oh.
I think the experience can be amazing. I think people tend to have very how do I put this? Just, I guess, I don't know. I guess extreme attitudes. Like they'll go so far one way or the other. Where the default position in our society is like, oh, never do those. It'll ruin your life. Whereas some of the advocates are like, oh, there's no problems with it.
Well,
whereas I do
some of the
recommend. But,
issues
yeah.
is how it's portrayed within everyday culture. The stuff that you see is generally along the lines of fear and loathing in Las Vegas, especially when it comes to psychedelics.
Well-
Whereas anytime I have partaken in various things, I have very rarely had that kind of outcome. They can be as little as finding the nuance in the line of a carpet that meets a table leg and finding it fucking beautiful, to then losing your best friend in a 2-bedroom house for 8 hours.
We lose. Okay, so I have a very weird, because I lived the path I took through this life is a weird one. But I mean, I started studying psychopharmacology at like 14 and a half, going on 15, because I stumbled upon Alexander Shulgin, and I was, shall we say, precocious. And so I approached this realm with this high-level biochemist and psychopharmacological point of view, and 60s tripper point of view, right? Like I had this front-loaded knowledge set that I was relying upon going into these things, and it informs how I feel that people going into these experiences don't have the tools necessary. And historically, like, you know, anthropologically speaking, most people don't have the tools either, but that's what the shaman was for. Right? Like that's what the guide was for. That was the role they filled. And, you know, yeah, there's, you know, predicting weather and all sorts of things that, you know, shamanic roles also fulfill. Healer, you know, midwife sometimes. But that, you know, classic entheogenic experience, that guide for that experience, that's the shaman's role in a society. And we don't have that. And we don't have the tools more often than not as individuals to make the most of the situation. And so what would be traditionally medicine and work, which is why, like, when you're 16 and you're doing mushrooms with your friends, it's an entirely different experience than doing mushrooms at 35.
Absolutely. Yeah. The experiences I had as a 15, 16-year-old punk rocker in squats doing acid with the 40-year-old punk is completely different to me at 35 taking the same psychedelic and sitting down with my friend who was a music and language teacher.
It's done correctly. It's work.
Yeah.
It is legitimate work, and we don't respect it because we don't have cultural norms that teach us to respect it. And it is that lack of understanding, that deeper understanding, and that lack of respect that leads us down those paths of shallow abuse.
Yeah, I do think if someone's going in with the intention of, like, this is a party drug, I mean, don't get me wrong, the experience can be very fun. And I'm not trying to gatekeep, but I think sometimes people have, they underestimate the potency. I'll put it that way.
Absolutely.
And,
I have a friend called Aaron, and he was one of the most promising musicians I knew. But I look at him today, and we broke that kid, and he's not coming back.
I've been fairly open. There are some things that I gloss over for reasons, and we all are big boys and girls and NB folks. Like, you can fill in the blanks for Kai. Let's just say that for a good portion of my life, I had access that most people can't even dream of. And I did an amount that most people wouldn't even consider doing. And I've been really open about how I have maybe 3 good trips left in me. Maybe. Because of the reassociation portion of the trip when done correctly. It's that part where you're coming down and now you have to reassimilate all of the normative structures in your brain. The societal structures, the norms of our society, that sort of stuff. That, I'm not actually Jesus, am I? Oh, and that there's things called money and a president and cops and people wear clothes, all of these sorts of things that are norms for our society that you have to reassimilate. It becomes exceedingly difficult to do that as time goes on. And
like arriving in a culture that's just so foreign to your own.
It's a complete alien experience because I mean, I remember when I was touring with bands, and there were evenings where, there were days where we would spend 2-3 days awake, and I have journal writings of
fair enough, Harvey.
Me sat writing for 3 days non-stop, and then coming back down to society when you come from a tour and you go back home to your little town where you were originally from, and trying to go back into the world that you live in normally when you're not being a musician it's crippling. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. Yeah, and
And
you do
trying
that.
to
You
make-
do it enough times, and you start to realize you're like, I can't do this that many more times.
Yeah. I've seen guys who have done it that one time too many.
Yep.
And they ain't coming back.
No,
They're-
and
they're fucked.
it isn't. And as spoken as somebody who I have played near this line, right? Like I've walked the edge of that cliff. I can tell you, it's not something that happens to you. It's a decision that you make. And that's why it's so powerful. That's what happens.
I remember one occasion where I think I just had taken a bit too much than that I was actually prepared for. And for about 2 weeks after, I had wondered, like the whole like stereotypical like fried brain thing. Like I was like, did I fry my brain? And I think part of that's based on experiences that you hear about, but part of it is also stigma. And I think another huge part is, like you said, the fact that we don't have people geared towards helping others kind of integrate this back into their regular life. So for those 2 weeks, I was just struggling to actually make sense of what had just happened to me during the experience, right? I had questioned so many things, like who I fundamentally was as a human being, and what my place was in this universe, that afterwards I was struggling to actually put it back into reality.
There's one thing you can tell by that, and it's when you say you were worried if you had fried your brain, and there's one massive way you can tell you didn't, and that's because you had that conversation with yourself.
Yep.
The people who do fry their brains don't think they have fried them, they think they have corrected something.
It's, again, I would argue it isn't a fried brain. It is a conscious decision to check the fuck out. You're just like, no, I'm not going to be a part of that anymore. This other thing is better, and I'm going to remain there.
Yes, I'm going sideways. I'm not going forward anymore. I'm going this direction.
Yeah. And it isn't neurological damage. It isn't like neurostructural damage. Like we have the data on that. It's not like they literally fry their brains. What happens is that they reach a new normative state that is more appealing to them.
Mm-hmm.
And so you just say, no, you know what? Your shit is broken. Your shit is toxic. I'm not coming back to it this time.
I wonder how much of that is just our society, our culture that is a toxic culture, right? A toxic culture in a petri dish.
Well, I mean,
versus just, I guess, the scientific term, or I guess would be like maladjusted individuals, or is it the culture at large that is itself maladjusted?
In the words of Jiddu Krishnamurti, it's no measure of health to be well adjusted to a sick society.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. It's society's own judgment on itself, and you can only go off what your perception of that is.
Yeah. And so, I mean, this is the thing, is I've spent a lot of fucking time in that sort of space, and I did it with intent, right? Like, yeah, I had my younger party days, like, for sure, but I always sort of approached it with that intent. and I guided a shit ton of trips. For many, many years, I did my very best to embody the spirit of that shamanic tradition, to, hold people's hands through that and see if you can't come out the other side with something useful, right? Because it is very much like the dream state. You lose it. It slips through your fingertips if you're not careful. And so you have to have that conscious, willful intent behind your trip in order to hang on to something from it. And eventually you get to the point where I had to start keeping like a Xanax nearby for the come down. Like, it's that reintegration period where it's like, you're telling me I'm not Jesus? Damn it. Right? Like, that's fuck. I can't live with this. Like, I can't live with a world where there's police. Like, I can't live with a world where there's corporate corruption and capitalism. And so, yeah, you start having that spin out. And
my come down cocktail was amphetamines and weed.
That's one way to go.
The weed to bring the edge off, and then when I felt like I was crashing, take some fat.
Well, on Jesus' second go, he went with this instead, Marcus. Yeah. No, it is. Once I knew I could hack reality, there was no turning back.
Right, exactly. It's like, of course, yeah. After a big trip, you're like, okay, I actually, at least in my experience, after having so many trips, where it's like, okay, I kind of like this again. Like, I wouldn't want to be tripping all of the time. I think maybe that's what happens to some people. They get into a mindset where they want it all the time. But for me, it's like, it's just a nice, almost like a vacation.
For me, it was like a microscope.
Mm-hmm.
It was that. It was, a magnifying glass or a microscope or, it's some other scientific tool that, because it's like, I use it as a lens of analysis the same way I do anarchism. You are born into a state, and it is the whole of your experience. You live in this neoliberal hyper-capitalist nation state, and until you step foot on a commune or walk into an anarchistically organized coffee shop or work with Food Not Bombs or organize a protest, right? Or fucking go full PDX and fucking, square off with the powers that be, you don't have that external third-party experience, which provides, like, it's another point of perspective, right? Like, it's that sort of thing. If you only have like a single point of analysis, that's an improper data set. You need at least 3 to triangulate your position, right? Like, it's that sort of thing. And so psychedelics do that. They give you a different point on the graph to work off of, so you can sort of get a better analysis of reality, as it were.
Hopefully, part of mine was finding that extra spot, especially when it came to being creative and the pursuits that I wanted to. But I am 100% honest and say that some of my use was just pure abuse. It was escapism through not the correct means.
Mm-hmm.
And we all do escapism in our own way, one way or the other. Yeah. Maybe it's riding a bike, maybe it's a book, maybe it's movies, maybe it's drugs. Either way.
But that wouldn't stop me from doing anything again. It's just now I understand myself better.
Know thyself. Probably the best advice in that entire fucking book, other than, like, don't be a dick.
I think from what others have told me, the shift in my personality before versus after, we're using, say, like the big 5, like openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and like neuroticism. Well, for me, I was already extroverted to begin with, like very extroverted to begin with. But what had shifted was my openness to new experiences and new ideas that I had kind of blocked off before, my agreeableness to to whereas before I would just get into, I guess, arguments more often, whereas afterwards I kind of tried to do the work to actually listen to understand what the other person was saying rather than like listening to respond. And neuroticism went way down. You know, I'd finally become at ease with who I was.
For me, it got rid of a lot of. It didn't get rid of, but it was the necessary check for the Cartesian Western reductionism. We're very much an exclusionary reductionist society. Magic doesn't exist for us. It's not a thing. We don't allow for it. And I was brought, you know, my mom's medicine. I grew up in IT, you know, and my society, like I was very, you know, empiricist Cartesian style thought processes. And luckily I you know, got the right dose. I got the right book. FICAL, Phenethylamines I've Known and Loved by Alexander Shulgin. God bless you, Sasha, if you're out there somewhere. I got the right book. I got the right compounds. And it just sort of was like, okay, we don't know what the fuck this is. Don't make declarative statements. Don't do that. So, you know, luckily, while I had that, like, just a window of angsty teenage atheist, luckily the drugs knocked that right out of my fucking brain really quickly. Like, we don't know what any of this is, so shut the fuck up about that.
Right. Someone in the chat earlier had mentioned something about, it was like something like, I don't think psychedelics open up a magical world or something like that. And I kind of agree to some extent. Like, I don't make any claims about the metaphysics of the experience, right? What my advice would be is, if you're in the right situation, the right mindset, the right setting, and you feel comfortable doing so, experiment with it yourself. Do your own science experiment. Don't have any dogma coming into the experience about what it is, what it entails, and see what you experience. And whatever your conclusions might be, well, they could be wrong, of course, but afterwards you'll probably feel a lot less certain about what the experience is and is not. I don't make any metaphysical claim about it whatsoever.
Really good way to put it.
Psychedelics made a lifelong agnostic out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's for sure. That's one thing I can say with certainty. Psychedelics for sure made a lifelong agnostic out of me. There's just no way to. If you have the right set of experiences, you're gonna walk away with enough questions.
I would say it's not a section of your brain that is open to magic. What it does is it changes the position of your thought process, and that in itself can be classed as magic.
It does come down to what is magic. And hell, I mean, as Mitre was pointing out earlier in conversation, who's the guy standing behind you? Shit. As Mitre was pointing out, that, I mean, your brain is an exclusionary device, right? Your senses are categorically exclusionary, right? You don't see in the infrared. You don't see in the ultraviolet. You don't hear in that low hertz range. You don't hear in that high-pitched kilohertz range. Like, you know, what do we cap out at? Like 20 kilohertz or something like that? There's an entire set of waveforms, right? Like, we have particles and waveforms, and at the end of the day, as near as we can tell, reality is a set of particles and or waveforms. It is nothing more than energy being interpreted, and there's an entire universe of data out there that you are not equipped to interpret. So we don't know. We don't know shit about shit at the end of the day. And
I mean, it comes down to how our brain interprets stuff as well, because it's a homogeneous blob that translates sight, sound, feeling all of these things are through sensors that are out of state with each other. So you see something faster than you hear it. Your brain has to translate it and connect it. You feel quicker than you've heard or seen anything.
And we don't even know if those senses are hooked up.
And the act of observing changes the observed the observed
state.
So if and the perception you have is not the same perception that somebody else has.
It's absolutely absurd. And I mean, these are the sorts of things that, I mean, this is how you end up with alternative philosophies. This is how you end up with, you know, those alternative perspectives and opinions where, yeah, they are really obnoxious. And if you were here for like last Thursday, like Kat and I were having none of it. Last Thursday was the like anti-philosophy stream. Right. Like it was the pure praxis, like not even pure praxis, but pure like direct action, pure activist stream. Like, you know, the philosophy gets in the way. But there's also room for this, what we're doing right now. Like, you have to eventually sit down, relax amongst people that you can relax amongst, and have the conversation that reminds you all as a collective, don't be too certain.
Mm-hmm.
It just, that certainty freaks me the fuck out. And I mean,
it's like what we were talking about earlier with like how even some anarchists seem to have like it's like a quasi-religious faith.
Yeah.
In that their blueprint is the blueprint for society, and that anyone who disagrees, well, they must perish. Like that is you know, kind of Crusades thinking.
Sadly, it's another stamp of authoritarianism, and it's scary. It doesn't allow for the nuances of human psyche or for people to be fallible.
Fucking sweet.
And also, it doesn't allow for people to correct their own fallibility.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I mean, I'm sorry. These are the people that need to do it the most.
Right.
Like these are the people that need that. They need a good, it just shakes the fuck out of you like an Etch-a-Sketch, and you're just like, okay, fresh start.
Yeah, I used to wonder, like, what would happen if Donald Trump were to take psychedelics? And I can honestly say I have no idea. I don't know if he would be the same.
It depends who he did it with. If you just locked him in a room and dosed him, it would be a nightmare scenario. But if you...
he would stay in that box.
Yeah. It just... You need someone to take his hand and walk him out of the jungle.
Right.
The issue being, though, that with the personality that he has, he would never listen to the person who would be able to guide him on that journey.
I don't know. That's the fascinating part. I'd love to see some research or studies or experience. Like, I'd love to have, like, get my hands on a pathological narcissist who is willing to have like a 5 dried grams entheogenic sort of experience and see what the outcome of that is, because I don't know what the ramifications of high level, high dose psychedelic usage in pathological narcissism actually is. Does the pathology continue through the trip, or is there a moment of enlightenment?
The thing is, though, you would need to step away from that narcissism in order to allow someone to help you.
If Wonka could do it. Jesus, RV.
Step away from it in order for it to work.
You know, yeah, I think it'd be fascinating experiment, to be perfectly
It would
honest.
be extremely fascinating.
Yeah.
I'd throw 10 quid to see Donald Trump on acid.
I would, dude. I'd give just about anything to be the trip sitter. Like, I would volunteer immediately for that.
Like, from what I've heard, which there's a few interesting things. Like, I've heard he doesn't drink alcohol. Which,
No, he doesn't.
You know, that itself is pretty interesting. However, it seems pretty clear to me that throughout that whole 4 years, he abused stimulants pretty frequently.
Oh no,
I mean,
he's been abusing stimulants for quite some time. Yeah, there is a guy who broke his NDA who was the personal handler for the family during the Celebrity Apprentice fucking seasons. He handled Ivanka. He's done stand up about it. He's broken his NDA. He said they used to oftentimes have to cut filming so he could change they could go and change his adult diaper because he's got bowel incontinence issues from long-term stimulant abuse.
Jesus,
which makes sense with his stance.
Yeah. It's Adderall, RV. It's it's amphetamine, not methamphetamine, but yeah, it's Adderall is apparently his chosen drug. Yeah. The fascists and the anarchists sit down and get high together. It's a book to write about, honestly. I would do it. Let's see.
To be honest, I think we were talking about the kind of agnosticism. I mean, I don't know. With fascism, there's a lot of mental conditioning that goes into it.
That's what psychedelics are good at breaking.
Yeah.
Is that conditioning.
But like anarchism, I don't know. I had an experience once of tripping and looking at a map and seeing all the arbitrary distinctions between geographic regions, and all that really signifies is like, oh, here's one set of rulers over here, here's another set of rulers, and that really went a long way in me questioning the entire system at large. Of course, I mean, that wasn't the only thing. Of course, I had to do the work to research anarchism, but that was a pretty formative moment for me.
It's good at that sort of thing. I mean, they're all good at that sort of thing. I advocate for keep it natural. I'm not a big fan of acid. I never have been. It's not my chosen technique. Hey, Shala. But I mean, I've done more mushrooms than most. Like, I may have eaten more psychedelic mushrooms than most people have eaten like culinary mushrooms. I've done a fair few, and yeah, I legitimately believe it's a valuable experience. And I mean, there are instances, like one of the more fascinating, I don't think Dysnomia would mind me because they talked about it on stream. Dysnomia is another streamer, an Australian anarcho-nihilist, has dissociative identity disorder and a whole bunch of trauma, and is trans as well. Not that the trans is related to the blah, 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 blah. Insert standard clauses here.
You're just explaining who this person is.
Yes.
And
And
their background.
relevant to Dysnomia went and did like a heavy mushroom trip. And you would think with the DID and the childhood trauma, you would think that some of this super enlightening, super fun, had a really positive experience, came out the other side, reinvigorated their desire to create music, and started a whole new sort of like stream style for them. It was fascinating to see. And traditionally I would dissuade somebody in Dysnomia's position to, like, you really want to think long and hard about this. Like, this is the sort of thing.
Definitely.
But this is one anecdotal case that I can point to where I definitely would have said, like, you may not want to actually do this. But in fact, the outcome was super positive.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas I've one of the person I've known that tried it, it's actually kind of interesting in the long term. So she was pretty religious, indoctrinated religious, I would say. And even going into the trip, she was religious. During the trip, and I don't know if she had any prehistory, of any sort of mental conditions, but during the trip, she thought that the devil had told her to do the psychedelics, and that the devil was speaking to her. So definitely not a good trip. But long term, she said that the experience was still worth it despite that trip, like despite having that negative experience. And long term now, I mean, she's not very religious anymore. I don't know if she's atheist, agnostic, or what, but you know, even a bad experience sometimes can still, in the long run, be a good thing, right?
It's an experience. It's something you learn from.
I did one of my worst trips. Like I contextualize those sorts of things. Like bad trips. I've never had a bad trip, but the closest I can get to a bad trip for people. Oh, and Lucy, I caught your question. I will answer it. Was okay. So Kai has a habit. All right. So look, I don't trip anymore. Like I said, I've got a few left in me at most. But I swung for the fences, right? Like no one knows how deep that pool of water is. That's the thing. Like you're not going to overdose on mushrooms. It's just not going to happen. It's if you can survive it mentally, then that's it. It's all about your mental integrity. Can you keep the ship afloat? Right. And so I'd been at it for a number of years, right? Like I was experienced at this point and I had a regular supply, right? So I sit down and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do the standard Terrence McKenna, dark room, by myself. Of course, that's how I prefer most of my trips. 5 dried grams, right? I do my 5 dried grams and I just keep eating. Like the estimate that we've come up with is that it was maybe north of 12 grams. It shredded me. Terrence McKenna once said, if you do it right, it's like a 100-mile wide wave, 100 miles high that just rolls through. And all you can do is grasp the ground and pray while you attempt to hang on.
Yeah.
And it was that. I remember calling friends and being like, I need you. Like, I need you. I called one and said, I am literally and figuratively naked before you right now. I need you here. And I was inverted on a couch, buck-ass naked. Like, just, like, literally, like, it was just, I was inverted. Like, there was no up or down at that point. I was feet in the air, head on the cushions. Like, that was my reality at that point. And that shit melted my brain. It took me a couple of years to recover from that trip. And you can go a little too far.
Yeah.
Lucy, thoughts on salvia? Salvia is a fucking weird ass drug. I did some 10x one time, and I literally sat down in my computer chair in front of my computer and had this full waking dream of me, but another dimension's me. And having been fed up with that existence, I opted to undergo the process of dimensional hopping, a technology that dimension actually possessed. And I strap into the chair and it kicks off and foomp, here I am into this dimension with full-blown amnesia, by the way. I'm really good at remembering when I do things to myself. I'm really good at hanging on to that through the worst of the worst. I know when I did it to myself. And so I fucking pop into this dimension and I know I've done this to myself so I can stay calm. This is my own doing. Just relax. I laid down in bed with a cell phone and I literally scrolled through my contacts trying to figure out who each name was and trying to piece together my identity. That was my last salvia trip.
Yeah,
See, for me, salvia, I don't know if it's just me, but I have tried it on at least 3 occasions with 3 different people, and I did this because the first time, it really didn't have any effect on me. It was just as if it
Was
was
it just loose
really bad
leaf?
weed.
Was it just regular like salvia?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, as far as I know, the first one was regular salvia. The other 2, I do not know what type it was, but it still had no noticeable cognitive change.
When I was a teenager, I got regular loose leaf, which, side story, when I was doing IT work, call out work as a field technician for another company here in Las Vegas, I got called out to this guy's house. He sold me my salvia as a teenager online. He ran the website I bought my salvia through. It was the weirdest fucking you're just like, this is fucking weird. But the only effect the loose leaf had on me as a teenager was there's a goddess attached with salvia that historically in that part of like northern Mexico that is revered. And I just had this thought over and over again. She's coming. She's coming. She's coming.
Yeah.
She never arrived though. It was years later that I got my hands on leaf coated with extract, and that's where shit got real.
Mm-hmm. It's really interesting, like how there's these kind of archetypes in the experiences that people talk about, like psilocybin. There's I've met. It's weird. I feel weird talking about this thing I saw as a person, but I met what's called the Jester. Other people might know about that, but even like ayahuasca, people talk similarly about like a goddess, sometimes Mother Earth. I think there's also with what DMT, people say like aliens or ancestors or machine elves is a common one. It's just so interesting. I mean, maybe it's because brains are structured similarly that we see similar things, but I don't know.
See, I've never had that kind of spiritual trip before. Everything I have ever had has revolved around sight or sound patternation. It's always been sensory rather than spiritual.
My name for the machine elves were photosyntactical life forms. This is this Cartesian reductionism, right, that I've been fighting my entire life. But I needed something that, and there was something light based about them, but it was structure more than a tangible entity. So yeah, I ended up calling them photosyntactical life forms, or photosyntactical beings, I suppose was my go-to. For 2, salvia is fucking like super legal in a lot of places. Everything's illegal in Australia, so but a lot of what we're talking about is fucking full-on legal. In the US, there's only a couple of states that have outlawed salvia. Most places it's straight legal. Like here, you can buy it at a fucking gas station.
Yeah, weirdly, it's legal in the UK.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely. And fucking Lucy, don't think I didn't see that comment. Holy shit. Like that was insane. Lucy, I ripped a bong full of 100x, so that'd be extract for salvia. I ripped a bong full of 100x when I was already on 2 tabs. I don't remember a thing except cry laughing. I've had some more memorable ones, but that trip was something else. I have like a distant emotion tied to it, but I can't even express it. Been there. RV, I used the same pipe that I typically use for weed with salvia one time at school, and the feel of the metal pipe in my hand and mouth made me one with all metal, the elements, for about 15 exhilarating minutes. It's like a fucking comic book with a psychedelic twist. Any metal around RV was RV.
Yeah, I've heard similar things to that, like people becoming a conveyor belt.
That's solid, RV. I never did. Okay, so I drank at school, but that was it. I went to, like, our sister high school was a drug school. Our school was a drinking school. Don't worry, I broke that pattern. But yeah, I did drink it in school, actually. I found it made it tolerable.
I just used to get way too stoned. I was the drummer in the school band, and we weren't just we were like a 320 piece competition brass band that played at the Royal Albert Hall. So we were good. And the majority of my high school career was spent stoned in the recording room.
Nice.
That's where I spent my life, was just...
Hey. Skeptic went to high school once and thought everybody was going to call the cops because they knew they were high. Big Bear, I'd really like to query you about this, Big Bear. I feel like I'd use weed every once in a while, but I don't trust it not to be laced. I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but here's a little bit of, like, reason and rationale for you. Anything that I lace your weed with costs me extra. I'm not lacing your weed with shit unless you pay me for it. Right? Like, you can be fairly certain that if you buy cannabis, even on the black market, especially on the black market, quite frankly, it's not going to be laced with anything unless you're paying extra.
It's all about that bottom line.
Yeah. I mean, that's the end of the day. That was how I used to convince fellow ravers that, like, there isn't fucking heroin or anything in your ecstasy that would cost extra.
Right.
Oh, Jesus, heroin's expensive.
Yeah. Like,
compared to pills.
I mean, if anything, you're going to have a press pill with, like, more caffeine than ecstasy.
Yeah, it's if it's going to get laced, it's getting laced with something cheaper and less effective.
Yep.
Yeah, and all this crap about people lacing stuff with rat poison and things like that. No, because you're going to kill your profit margin when the police kick your door in because there's half a dozen dead people in your town.
Yeah, it's just irrational, that sort of thing. But yeah, I've been fighting that one. Oh, you see the brown specks in the pill? That's heroin. You're an idiot.
That being said, there are reagent kits out there. They're not that expensive. It's not difficult to test.
You can test your shit. Yeah, and you should. But yeah, yeah, Big Bear, I'd like to hear more about that. Why you're concerned about that sort of thing. Yeah, no, it's fucking a lifespan doing that sort of thing. Pill, did you have any salvia experiences?
No, not personally. But what's kind of interesting to me about salvia is that it's legal in the first place. And I've heard one of the reasons is because it's such a atypical kind of chemical like formation compared to other drugs, so they don't even know what to compare it to. I don't know if I fully believe that. It's just what I've heard.
Salvia divinorum A is the active compound in salvia.
Yeah. Another interesting thing too is just like the history of why these drugs are illegal. We automatically, and not you and me, but your typical person tends to believe like, oh well, they're illegal because they're harmful. But like, there's plenty of things that are harmful that aren't illegal. And then when you look into it, like the history of why drugs are illegal in the first place. So I mean, there is criminalizing black people just in general to continue prison labor to make profit for private prisons and just any prison contractor. The second thing is, there's the anti-war left who you also want to criminalize, because if you criminalize people, then they can't vote. So you lose any kind of chance of voting for a candidate who might be opposed to the Vietnam War. And then the third thing is like, Native Americans with religious ceremonies, and it's just another tool of colonialism.
Well, do you know where those first two come from?
Pretty sure like just Nixon, just straight up.
John Ehrlichman, Nixon's basically right-hand man, literally did an interview, and I've always got it at hand, The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Ehrlichman went on record to tell you straight up. Reefer Madness was, oh God, fuck, his name is escaping me, but I mean, forgive me, I'm on like a gram and a half of like research chemical right now. Who was the propagandist in newspaper? Oh God, I want to say it starts with an A.
Oh, I know who you're talking about right now. Something Hearst.
Hearst wasn't yes, Hearst, but there was a different guy. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I think, dude, I'm thinking it's something along those lines. Marcus, it's something close to that. It's in there somewhere. There is another guy though, who's fucking largely like that early Reefer Madness era, because that predates the fucking Nixon administration shit. But yeah, wait, hold on, I'm missing part of a story. Yeah, like what the right is doing. Yeah, no, yeah, J-Dog, no, they don't work. Tried it when I was fucking like, I don't know, 12, something like that. Okay, so RB said my weed got laced one time. The thing is, the girl I was with didn't remember that it was laced until later. The guy who gave it to her literally told her, "There's a little something extra in there for you." We smoked it and had to put it down because the world slowed down way too much. Everything got heavy. PCP, I think. 2 hours later, she was like, "Oh, he told me something." And then told me what he had said, shaking my head. Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I've had experiences with mistaking substances for another substance because there were just two packets next to each other. That was 48 hours of hell.
Anslinger! Thank you. Marcus with the fucking win of the night. Let's fucking, I don't know, let's round of applause.
Amazing.
Thank you, Marcus. It's fucking Harry J. Anslinger. Fucking rocking it out like a stud. Thanks for tracking that one down. Yes, it was Anslinger who was hugely responsible for that Reefer Madness era of bullshit.
Right.
There's a brilliant book called Emperors of Dreams, and it's all about the pharmaceutical and opioid industry from the 19th century right the way through to its prohibition post World War One, and it's a very, very good read if anyone gets their hands on that.
Interesting. I just pulled it up really quickly here. So it's a collection of. All right, so it's a fantasy author and poet, Clark Ashton Smith. So it's short tales. It's like, Jesus, right? Like that's like 40 or 50 short tales, arranged in chronological order. Fascinating.
No, the one I have is by a guy called Mike J.
Okay, so that's a different
Emperors
thing.
of Dreams, Drugs in the 19th Century.
Okay, so that's a different thing entirely. All right, cool. I'll keep an eye out for that one. Leary, I love all this stuff, nanotechnology and acid. Yes, Marcus, may he rot in hell. Fuck that guy. But yeah, no, I fucking told you, like I've said before, like as soon as I learned that I could hack my brain, I was like, well, all right, see y'all later. I know what I'm doing with the rest of my life. There was no turning back from that moment. Anybody in chat? Anybody on the line? Anybody had experience with 2CB?
Oh, big time.
Really?
Yeah.
What part of the world
actually
are you in that you're getting like big time 2CB?
California.
Oh,
So I mean, also like coastal California. So I think maybe that has something to do with it.
Well, Shulgin retired to California. He spent a good portion of his life there. If you're not familiar with the history of 2CB, it was actually originally synthesized by Alexander Shulgin. It is his compound it was his creation. And it's best described as acid and ecstasy with a tweak.
Right.
God,
it's so interesting the experience, because to me it's a little bit like both, but also like neither at the same time, which sounds like completely illogical and contradictory. But it's almost I've actually recommended it to people as like a starter psychedelic if you can think of one, because the trip is relatively easy to control compared to like mushrooms or acid, and it's just a very interesting like bodily sensations as well.
So is it kind of the psychedelic laced with a small amount of the up from the ecstasy trip?
It's
was that the kind of sensation, or?
Yeah, no, it's definitely got visuals. It's got a little bit of the emotional load. It's got a little bit of the body load.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It is fascinating to do. And Cassidy did it in college. What's up, Professor Wobbles? And what's up, Zero Tensor? Fucking Tensor walking in and said, "Yep, smoked 2CB once, complete gibberish for 11 minutes." And yeah, Wobbles with the fractals and spirals. And yeah, you've turned into the anarcho version of Joe Roman. Do we mean Rogan with all the drug talk? Hey, look, I've done it before. Once upon a time, there was, the first time I ever did this kind of stream was on Podbean back in the day. And people were like, that was enjoyable. It was a bit of a departure. And so occasionally, we like to have some... Hey, Karina, what's up?
Joe Rogan, going back to what we said earlier, I saw something really funny a while ago that said that if Ted Kaczynski hadn't, like, sent bombs to people and instead just, like, lived in the woods for a while, he would be on Joe Rogan today.
He would. He would. For sure, he would have been a guest on Rogan's show. Yeah. Texas tea psilocybin. Best shrooms I ever had was Texas varietal. The happiest, laughiest, just lighthearted strain of mushrooms I ever had in my entire life was a Texas varietal. Yeah.
See, I need to try more natural psychedelics. Everything I've heavily hit in the past has always been pharmaceutical based.
I'm telling you, like, that's fucking... again, I would never encourage anybody to break the laws of their locality. But if you happen to take a Vegas trip, Moomin, to hit me up.
Fuck yeah, I'm out in New Mexico soon, so I'll figure something out.
Never had mushrooms. They look so nasty. They don't taste great. I'll tell you that from experience. They do not taste great. I know some people don't mind the taste, but man, to this very day, they don't taste great. It tastes like Garbo. Yeah, they're not great.
I remember the second time I took mushrooms, we were playing a gig on a sunken barge in Hull, and the issue with the venue was that the barge that had sank on a slight angle. So as the night went on and everything started to kick in, the whole world was on a canter to start with, and it just fucked with my head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Wither, I couldn't even tell you. How do I do this? Once upon a time, Kai knew cultivators. Many years ago now. So yeah, that plays into some of my early access levels. Right, like this is all past statute of limitations territory. It's definitely over 7 years. I knew people who could provide. and, you know, not just like one. It was simple as just ask and ye shall receive. So yeah, it was a Texas varietal. I don't remember the specific name, that, you know, somebody else was handling that. But yeah, it was legitimately the happiest go lucky version of mushrooms I've ever done in my life. Yeah. So would you recommend for what would you recommend for a brain switch? Something that would take you outside yourself enough to change your negative thinking patterns. Tam, dude, you can't go wrong with 5 dried grams of mushrooms, smoking like 2 joints at the peak. You can't. Again, don't do this. This is illegal in most places. If it is legal where you are, feel free to participate. But again, I'm not telling you to break the law. But Terrence McKenna advocated for 5 dried grams, and I will tell you from personal experience that 5 dried grams of psilocybin mushrooms with a bomb joint or a bong rip while you're approaching the peak of your trip will do a lot of heavy lifting.
In accordance with Twitch TOS, we neither condone nor condemn the use of drugs.
Yep. Yeah. I neither, I neither advocate for nor repudiate these things. No, I'm not going to lie. I advocate for them. But again, I would never tell you to break the laws of your locality. Like, that's just that simple. If it's illegal, don't do it. But you're a grown-ass adult. I can't tell you what to do. So, even as a control freak, I hate being out of control. Tam, in that case, you need somebody with you. You need a trip sitter. If you're inexperienced enough to be that concerned about something like that, you need somebody with you. And it doesn't even need to be somebody in the room necessarily. I've done very interesting trip sets over the years where I'll just sit outside the door, right? Like, you don't want me in the room, but you want me nearby, and you want to know that if you say my name, I'll be there, in a jiffy, that sort of thing. I literally spent hours just sitting outside a door of a room, just monitoring, just making sure I'm there for someone. But if you're of that mind, yeah, you need a trip sitter.
Yeah, and don't bang it all in once. Go in small increments and build yourself up till it gives you a bit more control over what's happening to you.
DMT, Karina, DMT. That's what you're after. And DHT is actually a compound as well. It's dihydrotestosterone. DHT is also, it's a metabolic byproduct, super powerful androgen. There's a byproduct of testosterone production. So DHT is a thing too, but yeah, you're looking for DMT. Love the beach. Dude, I love beach. Mystified Trip, it isn't for everyone too. No, again, it isn't for everyone, but I think everyone should try it. With asterisk on everyone.
Also, you don't want to confuse DMT with DDT. What that is.
Probably not the way to go. Yeah, if you fucking think you're smoking a psychedelic and in fact you're inhaling a deadly pesticide. No, it's an herbicide. Deadly herbicide. Yeah, probably not the way to go. So, yeah, I would agree. Definitely make sure.
You're not a chemistry major if you make that choice.
Karina, fair enough. We all, like, I've talked about it. We all know. Zero. I'm doing testosterone replacement soon. I'm gonna fucking get on that bioidentical hormone replacement therapy train. I'm fucking doing this shit.
After talking to you the other night, I've looked into its availability in the UK.
How does it look over there?
It might be a pain in the ass to get it on the NHS, but there are private.
That's the way you gotta go. Yeah, it's the way you gotta go. Like I said, I'm paying $170 per month for medical monitoring plus the supply.
Yeah.
Which is totally fair.
I know a few guys who
movie.
do...
No. I have no advice for that whatsoever. What I can tell you is that hang on. That HGH is super illegal in this country. Like, it is crazy how difficult it is to get your hands on human growth hormone in this country, due to the DEA and the FDA both speaking about its off-label usages directly. But what I can tell you is that, again, this is not medical advice, but what I can tell you is there's a compound called MK677, which has a exponentially higher rate of metabolic activity. That is a research compound that is completely legal in the United States and acts upon the body and the metabolic pathways of the body in a extraordinarily similar but far more potent manner than HGH does. So, I mean, you know, that. But yeah, HGH is super illegal in this country. And I would, you know, again, not breaking TOS here. I would never tell you to fucking, you know, break the laws of your locality. But if you were looking for something akin to HGH, I am aware of something else. MK677. What's that for? Karina, growth hormone is generally, I mean, you can look up HGH. You'll find what it's for. But yeah, it's can't you go to Amsterdam? Marcus, I've said it. I believe I said it before, but Kai trying to fuck. It's all about physical recovery. That's what my TRT journey is about. It's about like being able to work out again, being able to like get some physical rebound, like being able to fucking heal at a rate in a way that I just don't at my age any longer. A deer antler spray. You took a couple of sprays with one of your MMA friends. Yeah, it's IGF, right? It's the IGF growth factor that's supposed to kick into gear. I've never tried it. Muffin, I have zero advice for you. I would never, that's completely against TOS. I would not advise you to do any of this. Anti-parasite. Actually, I don't have anything for that. Like, I have no experience in that sort of arena. So, I wouldn't even know where to start. Has anybody tried electroshock therapy? Does it work? I mean, does TENS count? But beyond that, no. And if you're not familiar with TENS, you may have experienced it in physical therapy. It's transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation. It's the patches they put on you and you feel the shocks. Muscle stimulation. That's a TENS unit. But yeah, Angie, a couple of sprays of deer antler spray doesn't do anything. Why did you even bother? Just do it a couple. Like, you got to use it long term to even do anything with it. Does being tased count? I think so. Kind of. Sort of. You know, while I moved us over to just chatting a while ago. So what's I'll open this up to Pill and Moomin. What's your favorite or craziest or like go-to like drug story?
Oh jeez. Need some time. Let me think for a minute. I've got a -1, so I guess that makes it more interesting. So there was a time where, so I grew up in Ohio in a very conservative and like ultra religious town. And then like as soon as I turned 18, I moved out to California because it was that ready, you know, to leave. And then I believe it was during a winter break. Yeah, it was during winter break. So it was pretty close to Christmas. I had come home and a friend who I hadn't seen since like middle school knew I was in town, and it was so strange. It's like as if he had known that I was already doing psychedelics beforehand, though I had not like posted about it or anything like that online. But he just asked me, "Hey, do you want to come do LSD with some of the friends we both had in high school?" And I think I initially was like, well, I have nothing better to do here. It's a shit town. I might as well. So I go over there and, we take it. Though I'm starting to feel a bit uneasy because I realize how much either I have changed or they have changed. And I think it was more so how much I had changed since I left Ohio. And I was like, oh, this feels very, very different from when I used to live here. And I think it's more so that I had changed. And the guy I had done it with, he was still living with his parents. And I remember, it's hard to remember everything because, tripping and like memory is fucked. But at one point, some like either his parent, like his dad, I'm guessing, was like, hey, you have all these people over here and I don't want all of them over here. So we were like, oh fuck, where are we gonna go? Like we need to go somewhere. And then there's also the issue that all of us are high on fucking LSD. So then what we had to do is completely find a different house to go to. And we had to call 2 people because that's how many of us were there. So, it's not a good setting whatsoever.
When you need multiple vehicles. Yeah.
Yeah. We had to find people to drive us to go to another place. And eventually we did, but I'm guessing it didn't really take that long, but it felt like it was taking forever just because we were so high. And once we had gotten there, I'd begun to calm down a little bit, and it just felt incredibly tense. I think there was a lot of tension between my friend and like his dad. They just seemed to like not like each other, and it made all the rest of us way more tense just being there. I'd begun to calm down once we switched locations, but then I smoked some weed and it all just like fired all back up, and I felt very anxious the whole time. And I was just surrounded by people who just seemed so different and alien to me compared to when I used to live there because I had changed so much. Other than that, that was the craziest thing. It doesn't even sound that crazy as I'm explaining it, but in the moment, it was
I can imagine being uprooted from a trip, having to relocate. That even going to like the refrigerator when you're tripping balls is a project.
Right.
Let alone uprooting the entire endeavor, coordinating transportation, finding a new location that's suitable, like parasocial tension occurring. No, I can imagine.
Yeah, it just overall was incredibly uncomfortable. And I guess the moral I learned after that is like never trip with someone who you would like not be comfortable with seeing you naked, basically, at that point. Like that's the level of trust you need.
Okay. So for some of us, I was the one who I've always had trouble keeping my clothes on. If Kai got drunk, the clothes just came off. Like it was just that
Not
way.
Comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah. So never trip around somebody who, you're not comfortable seeing you naked. Well, that doesn't narrow it down for me, but I understand what you're going after. I totally get where you're headed with that. But for me, it was never just like, and he's naked. Yep. It's just, countdown and he's naked. There we go. But I feel you on that one.
Yeah.
How about you, Moomin? You got one?
Yeah. It's back in the day when I was still touring with bands. And I was drum tech for a fairly A-list drummer who is sadly no longer with us. And it was the last night of a tour. And we had got back to the hotel and had the last night party. And bear in mind, the band that we were working for at the time didn't want any other musical artists on, so they hired a circus act for the support artists. But it wasn't just a normal circus; they were body modification artists.
Oh,
so you had people getting pierced and all sorts on stage. And on the table there was a bag of MDMA, a bag of meth. There was coke, weed, various pills, and amphetamines. At one point in the night, I get given a black American Express card and told to go get some more booze because we didn't have any booze left. So I went down to the bar in the hotel, handed over this American Express card, and was asked what would I want, and my reply was, "I'll have the bar." So I literally bought the bar, every single thing in it, and then was asked to sign for the ticket, to which I had to then get the American Express card back off the barman so I could forge the signature. Took all the booze up to the hotel room, to which there was many people in various stages of dishevelment and debauchery. This went on until probably 10 o'clock the next morning when the tour bus pulled up and we had to get everything back on and start driving south to London, but the party didn't stop then. So we kept going, and I realised we were driving past my hometown and I'd had enough of this tour. It was the only time I've had to tap out and go, I need to leave now or something bad's going to happen. And I got off the bus at my hometown, was picked up by a friend and taken back to my house, which I shared with the rest of my band, and sat down with my keyboard player, who was also my acid dealer at the time. By the end of that night, we were on the phone to the police in an ambulance because my keyboard player was freaking the fuck out, kicking the rungs out on the stairwell. Whilst naked, trying to persuade people that he was the second coming of Christ.
Well,
he
may have been. I mean, y'all didn't give him a chance.
Lost it. He just... And the thing was, though, right, the only thing he was wearing was an extra large t-shirt, and this guy was probably skinnier and smaller than you, Kai. So everything was just on fucking show as these two massive policemen came along and just got him under the shoulders and picked them up and escorted him into the ambulance. And the next day, having to go to the hospital as he sat with a t-shirt on and nothing else, with just a bag of clothes for him, and be like, "Are you okay, Davey?" And he was like, "I think I need to spend more time in hospital." So we checked him into rehab that night.
Oh. Duffy, I agree. Poor guy, just trying to help you sinners see the light. Ends up in fucking rehab for it.
Oh, God.
That is solid. That's anybody who's been in a band, though, like, y'all have like an entirely different category of shit.
We had guns pulled on us in Chicago because the dude in New York owed us $10,000, and then in Texas, there's an American punk band called Agnostic Front. They came off their tour bus to smash our tour bus up because they thought the guy who owned the tour bus was in it, and we had to explain to them that no, he also owed us money. It was.
I mean, I know who Agnostic Front is. They're hardcore punk.
Yeah.
You had your shit smashed up by
No, we got out the bus in time. What had happened was they'd rented a tour bus off this guy, and it had broken down in the middle of nowhere, and they'd had to pay the repair bill because it was out of warranty to get the bus back on tour, or they weren't going to be able to finish. And the same fucking thing happened to us from the same company that is no longer around, so I will mention its name. It was called Digger Entertainment, from New York, and the guy was a fucking asshole. And every year he used to hold a party for all of his clients, and this is how, not Agnostic Front, but I know another band got back at him. He used to rent out a very, very expensive suite in a hotel and host a party for his artists. But on that hotel, the floor down, he used to hire out every room, and every room he would give to his artists free so that they could stay over and party all night if he wanted to. This one band found out that they hadn't been invited when they were owed a lot of money by this guy. So they booked in, went into every single hotel room and trashed every single one and left. I think he got something like a 50,000-60,000 refurb bill for it.
Nice. I've told it before. It's not my story, but I mean, it's a story. It's the anti-flag "we're being evicted" story.
Right.
They held a house party, and they I want to say it's the water heater, was a gas-powered water heater, came unseated, and they detonated a cloud of gas and unseated the house from the foundation.
God damn, that's awesome.
Yeah. It was, you know, yeah, it was the "we're being evicted, like we have to leave the house" party, and they threw such an epic bash that the house ended up totaled, like literally. Yeah. I've told the story before. It is one of my favorite stories. Hey Viva. Just because it's so fucking weird. Like it's not like insanely weird. It's just like, imagine a couple of 15-year-olds. Like, actually no, we would have been 16 at that time. Like, I had this buddy who was my, like, we were partners in crime in high school, right? Like, if we were doing something, we were doing it together. And yeah, I mean, yeah, this is bougie white kid shit, right? Like, it's got a couple of houses, at the golf course, on the river, that sort of situation, right? We're at the golf course house, and it abuts the greenway. And so his backyard opens up into, you know, the golf course, basically. And we're partying. It's just another one of those nights, right? We've got a fucking supply of ecstasy, the likes of which you probably haven't seen since the Netherlands in the 80s, right? We had a decent hookup, let's just put it that way. And it was me, it was Mike, myself, I believe Amanda was there. There was a few others, part of the regular crew, right? But it was a calm weekend. We weren't really like doing it up large. There was just the regulars involved. We were tripping balls. Back then I had light kits, I had all of that sort of touring stuff. And so we had his house done up correctly, and Mike had massive speakers and all that sort of stuff. And traditionally, it was always Kai's job to, like, yeah, I was always the trip sitter. I'm really good at maintaining a certain level of function, even if we're all, like, tripping balls or something, right? If somebody had to talk to the cops or the security guard, it was my ass who got pushed forward. That's how it always went. And so I'm literally curled around a speaker, like one of these, like, you know, fucking 4.5 feet high. I don't know, Muffin. Glad to hear it though. just a big ass set of speakers, right? And I'm just curled around it. Like we've got the EDM going, we got classic like trance and shit going, and it's just, the vibrations when you're rolling on ecstasy. That was the thing. Like I was just hugging that speaker. And that stuff was in his living room. Song break, for whatever reason, I just sort of, okay, time to stop hugging the speaker. I look over, and the sliding glass door to the backyard is just ajar. It's just open a ways. And immediately that mode switches in my brain. Uh-oh. Something's happening. Something's going on. Whether I have stories. So I'm like, okay, time to look. So I searched the house, and I'm pretty sure I found Amanda in the bathroom. Like, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, she was hugging a toilet. Not because she was sick. She was just hugging a toilet. If anybody's done a large amount of high-grade ecstasy, you understand what I'm saying. She was hugging a toilet.
It's a safe space.
Yeah. It's a safe space, and she was showing the toilet some love. What can you do? She's hugging a toilet. So I do the laps, and Mike has gone missing. And I'm like, okay, he's gone out the back door. So I go out the back door, and I give the backyard a search, and I look around. And I mean, it's the middle of the fucking night, and it's a fairly like remote location. It's not like the golf course is lit, that sort of thing, right? Like, it's dark. It's properly dark, and it's out in the fucking middle of the desert. It wasn't Vegas. Like, it was dark. And so I'm like, okay, so he's not out here. Look around. The gate's open. Fuck. He's gotten loose, right? Like, he's not on property anymore. He's gotten loose. So go out, and I start looking. And off in the distance, I see something. And I'm like, okay, I think that's him. Keep in mind, I'm still rolling. I'm rolling balls here, right? Like, I'm grinding my fucking teeth. My pupils are blown out, so that's helping me see in the, moonless, lightless night. Go out. I will paint the picture from a distance. Here is my 16-year-old friend who is a hairy motherfucker, right? Like, you have to know this. We called him Monkey. He's a hairy motherfucker. Even at like 14, he was just ridiculously hairy. He is naked, petting a pine tree in his mother's floor-length white fur coat. I walk up. Hey there, Mike. What's going on? I wanted to pet a tree. You have trees in your yard, right? No, I wanted to pet a real tree. Okay, cool. Yeah, so he wasn't naked. Yeah, he technically not naked. Definitely naked though. It was wide open. He had barely managed to get it over his shoulders. Hey, thank you for the follow, Fat Boy Troll. He's just standing there with this fucking... It's just standing there petting this big-ass pine tree. I'm like, why don't we head back to your house now that you got to pet the tree? Okay. And he starts walking back. We get him back. I get him back into his yard, and he's got, like, trellising above the, like, entrance to the house. This motherfucker in one just fell swoop... hops up, grabs the fucking woodwork, swings his monkey ass up onto it, and just scurries to the peak of the roof. Just basically seconds. Just foop. He's at the peak of his goddamn roof now. Now he is sitting on his roof with nothing else but his mother's floor-length white fur coat in the middle of the night, just observing, just calmly up there. Mike, get your ass down here. I'm not going to be the one who talks to the cops when you fall off of the roof. I don't want to come down. I like it up here. I'm not coming up there. You have to come down. So he just resigns himself to it and starts pouting and slides down the roof, dirtying this. I can only imagine how expensive this coat was. The whole way down. Fucking slides down, hits the trellis. Of course he breaks the fucking trellis. Hops down off the roof, goes inside. We get the coat off of him. And his next request is he wants to go drive his car. Because he was a car guy. He loved his Honda Civic. Little white Honda Civic, manual transmission. He absolutely adored this car. Loved it to death. And now he wants to drive his car. I probably could have talked him out of it, except Amanda heard him. Now they both want to go into the car. All right, compromise time. It's dead of the night. The area his house is in this community, there's a dirt lot where it hasn't been fully developed. I can make this work maybe, right? Like, because he's already in full pout mode. I'm concerned about him fucking like, I don't know if you've ever seen anybody cry on ecstasy if they get too over emotional. It's a thing. And it's
an ugly cry.
Yeah.
It's a very ugly cry.
It's really difficult to reel him out of that state. It's very difficult to pull somebody back from that. And so I'm sort of in like half trip sitter mode, half like 1/4 like damage control sort of situation, and 1/4 like what this could possibly go horribly, horribly wrong. So I compromise and I say, okay, here is the deal. We will do 1 lap down the driveway, around, over the dirt lot, and back to your house. That's it. Nothing more. Hop in the car. Amanda takes the front seat because I've ridden in this car 1,000 times at this point. I'm fine. I just want to keep an eye on these two, right? I want them in my vision at this point. He starts driving. Really good driver. To his credit, there's nothing that I can say like, all right, so yeah, he, maybe a little quick in the dirt lot. But I'm going to, for effect, just do this. This ride ends up with Amanda falling out the passenger side window. As we cross the dirt lot, she starts hanging out the window and fucking doing the like breeze in my hair, the wind whipping through my hair sort of situation. And her dumbass just takes a tumble right out. We weren't going particularly fast. She was a teenager. She was high as a kite. She fucking, as near as I can tell, probably popped right up afterwards and just probably did a fucking punk rock. Woo! She was fine. Perfectly fine. She met us back at the house, right? Because Mike kept driving. He just kept on going. But it wasn't that far of a drive. So she just meets us back at the house. A little scuffed, a little worse for wear, but she was fine. The rest of the night was uneventful. It's one of my favorite stories from my high school days.
I think one of mine from when I was still 2 is like when you're in those circles and there are points where everyone says you will stand and you will look at something and realize this isn't a normal lifestyle. This is completely fucking batshit mental. And I was stood on a backstage balcony watching Bring Me the Horizon, who were supporting the band I was working for, and doing coke with Gunnar Hansen. Do you know who Gunnar Hansen is?
The name sounds familiar, actually.
He's the dude who played Leatherface in Texas
that's
Chainsaw
right.
Massacre.
Yes. Yes.
And it was just, he was so fucking rock and roll. He was like this old dude with a big fucking white beard. Did not give one fuck. didn't give a shit. And I tell you what, he was one of the nicest guys I ever met on a tour. He was lovely. And he just came up to us. I was stood on the side of the stage in the balcony. He was like, "Hey, kid, do you want a line?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah."
I'm trying to do, there's a story from, that's it. Okay, so for those of us who have seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there's a scene in which he cuts open the actress's finger and like sucks the blood off.
Yep.
It's a real scene. He really did that. It's fucking one of the craziest stories. He purposefully removed the protective tape from the knife in between takes and intentionally really cut open this actress's finger and sucked the blood off of it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that movie, like there's a bunch of stories from the filming of that movie that are just crazy as shit.
He batshit.
All of the viscera and blood and guts method actor, yeah, let's go with that. There are scenes that the chainsaw is real, but there are scenes that what you're seeing is really real. The chain is on it. It is moving. That is a very real chainsaw engaged in action. When he's chasing her down the yard or down the driveway, it's like the middle of the night. He can barely see. He's mid-asthma attack. And he's chasing her with a very real chainsaw. It is some of the stories. All of the viscera, guts, blood, that sort of shit that you see in the movie was real. It's all like there's a couple of instances where they used some fake stuff, but they went to like a slaughterhouse and just got stuff. And so the house is like high temperature. They're filming. It smelled like in between takes. Crew would just hang their heads out of the window and fucking.
Yeah, the offal was just rotten.
Yeah.
I mean, there's instances as well where the director did very Stanley Kubrick style shit where he would play games, mental games with the cast to fuck with them mentally to get the rawest emotion he possibly could. Like in what's the Kubrick film with Jack Nicholson? Shining.
Yeah.
He literally put that poor actress through a nervous breakdown.
Oh yeah, he
where
broke
he
her.
made her stay awake for like fucking 3 days.
Yeah. I'll make you do it 167 times. Yeah. Fucking yeah. Oh yeah. Kubrick, like she really did. She had a nervous breakdown because of Kubrick. He's a horrible, horrible human being. He's a brilliant director, but he's a horrible human being. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of stories from those kind of, that era of filmmaking. The Exorcist is a classic example that most people are aware of, I guess. I just assume they are because I know it. There's a scene in where basically there's a swampy cemetery, fucking pool of water, actress goes in, fucking comes up, and a skeleton pops up next to her and she screams. All the skeletons you see in that scene are real. They're all real. And nobody, like none of the actors or actresses knew about that until after. It was very much like, oh, those are really realistic. Where'd you get them? Oh, we just bought some skeletons. It was cheaper to buy an actual human skeleton than it was to get a prop skeleton at that time. Yeah, so they just got skeletons. It's just easier. Oh God, Werner Herzog. Which one for Werner did you learn about, Shala? Because there's a bunch of those stories. About
probably gonna head out, but thanks for having me on here and chatting.
Oh, by all means, you're always quite welcome to stop on by. It was fun
Yeah, it was
having
nice
the
meeting
anarchistic
you.
conversation as well as the Friday night. Hey, you know, this is first time on, and it was a Friday night. Let's get fucked up and talk about shit stream. So it's fun having you.
Yeah, thanks. You as well, Moomin.
No problem, dude. No problem.
See ya.
Catch you later, pal. Yeah, what was it? Fucking Heart of Glass. That Herzog did, where he hypnotized everybody. Like they're the weirdest fucking performances, but everybody's like basically everybody you see on film is in a hypnotic state. It's a super fucking weird film. Yeah, worth seeing. Let's see.
Trying to think if I've seen anything by him.
Usually people have seen Werner Herzog films. Let me just get you a fucking filmography here, though. That's not what I want. Let's see. There we go. So what would you probably have seen? Oh, well, I mean, there's one that you almost assuredly, well, he was in that. He didn't direct it. Yeah, I mean, Aguirre. Just trying to see like what here is probably the most known of his stuff. So many documentaries. Wildly Yonder, maybe. Oh, there you go. The Grizzly Man documentary.
Oh, okay. Yes.
That's a Werner Herzog film.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, he did a shit ton of documentaries.
Yeah, looking at this, that's the only thing I've actually seen.
Yeah, that's probably the one that most people would know. But saw some documentaries about his sets, his relationship with his best man. I can't remember the actor's name. With our hypnosis, you said yes. Yeah, it's a really strange film. Everybody's performance is very odd in it. Let's see. Oh, he did, if you've seen the Unstaged documentary for The Killers, he did that as well. It's fucking weird,
Yeah.
but yeah. He's had a very strange career. Let's just put it that way. All right. I think what we're gonna do, folks, is I think I'm gonna raid over to Curio. And, well, let's see. Actually, let's see. Who do I want to? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the way we're gonna do this. There's my fucking manager. There we go. Complete that. We'll see how many I should. Hey, Pops. Nice to see you around, though. For those of you that stuck in through all of this shit fuckery, we're going to go hang out at Curio's. Thank you for the follow, Buddhist Lord. Everyone, take care of yourself. Moomin, thanks for hanging out. And
yeah, thanks for having me on, and thank you to everyone for listening to the chit-chat.
I'll see you on Monday, 5:30 p.m. Catch y'all later. All right, there.